Welcome to the Django series. After completion of Python, you can design web application with Python web framework. So many web frameworks are available, but most popular web framework is Django. What is a Django? Django is a Python web framework which allow you to create web application without all the installation that you need to follow on other framework. It means that many packages and the modules are inbuilt into the Django. Moving ahead, what is a web framework? A web framework is a pre-built structure that handles the more repetitive process and feature involved with developing a website and web APIs. It is also called as a software framework used to design web application, including web resources and web API. In short, it contains packages that help you to develop your application faster and smarter. Moving ahead, the different features under the Django. There are so many features in the Django. Let us discuss some important features of the Django. The first feature, Django is a versatile. Django can be used to build any type of website like content management, social media, and e-commerce. So variety of domain application can be designed using Django. Next feature, Django is a secure. Django takes security issue very seriously and help developer to avoid many security mistakes such as SQL injection, CSRF token. It means that to provide a secure way to manage user account and a password. It also avoids common mistake like putting session information into the cookies. Next feature, Django is open source. So Django is a free and open source. It is freely available to the public. It can be downloaded with the source code from public repository. Next feature, using Django, rapid development is possible because we can create a web application in very less time. Many components are inbuilt in a Django so that rapidly we can develop an application. Next feature, Django is fully loaded. Django includes various modules and packages to handle common web development. It consists of authentication, content management, administration, sitemap, and many more. Moving ahead, the architecture of Django. Django is based on MVT design pattern. M stands for model, V stands for view, and T stands for a template. We know that every website contains three sections: user input, business logic, and user interface. First of all, we'll discuss what is MVT. M stands for model, used to handle different relational databases. It may be SQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, or SQL DB Lite. Moving ahead for a view. User can send request by interacting with the template. The view handle a request and send to the model. Then get the appropriate response from the model and send that response to the template. View consists of class-based and function-based view that we'll discuss in the next video. Next is template. It represents how data is represented to the application layer. User can read and write data from the template. It's just like a user interface. Consider example, user send a request through the URL. That URL consists of certain functionality under the view. View will check any operation related to the database. If it is related to the database, then it sends to the model. Model sends the specific response to the view, and that response will be sent it to the template. This is the common functionality of the Django architecture. Now we'll talk one example of Django project. Consider an example of an Instagram. Each project consists of apps. Each app is a small piece of code in the project, or we can say a certain functionality under the project. Consider in the first app, user consists of user related information, that is user profile, photos, and stories that are being handled by the model view template. So model will handle the database operation, view will handle the business logic, and template is going to handle the application layer of that particular app. Similarly, app 2 consists of reel, which consists of the functionality like, comment, and share. The same way we can design a model view template for the second application. So this is all the basic understanding of Django, features of Django, architecture of Django. Hope you understand this detail about the Django. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. Before going to start Django coding, you need to understand the set of requirements to start with the Django. First of all, you require Python to be installed in your system. If you not install Python in your system, I have added link in the description. Click on the link and install the Python. After that, you require one of the IDE to write or integrate all the code at one place. Throughout this course, I will use VS Code IDE. If you're not able to install Python and VS Code in your system, then watch my Python playlist so that you can install Python and VS Code. Next, I will discuss the process of virtual environment. First, you need to understand why I need a virtual environment. What is a virtual environment? So try to understand the process. So just I open the project folder. So just I click on the file, open folder. This is my project one empty folder which don't have any kind of data inside it. I just open that folder. Once I open the folder, then I go to the terminal, type the command py space -flag m virtual environment, name of the virtual environment. You can use any name of the virtual environment. So here I will use VANV as a virtual environment name. Then I click on enter. It will create one folder which consists of many files and folder inside it. So a lot of information is there inside the virtual environment. Now we need to understand why virtual environment. Consider the case where Python is installed in my system and I have two projects, project 1 and project 2 respectively. Project 1 required 3.0 version of Django and project 2 required 4.0 version of Django. So two different versions of Django is required in one system. So this particular situation arises the problem and there is a conflict. So idea is to create a virtual environment and install the required software or tool for a particular project. So for project 1, if I require Django 3.0, then I create a virtual environment and install the Django under that virtual environment. For second project, I require a Django 4.0, then I create a virtual environment and install the Django 4.0. Now how to activate that virtual environment? If I just open that virtual environment folder, it consists of include, leave and script. Under the script, you can find activate. So we need to activate that particular virtual environment. So you can type virtual environment, under that virtual environment scripts, and under that script we can activate the virtual environment. Right now there is no any virtual environment is applicable to this particular project. So once I activate that virtual environment, you can find that virtual environment is get set. After setting that virtual environment, we can install the required packages. So now I need to install the Django. So I type the command pip install name of the tool or package. So I want to install 3.0.2 Django for this particular project. So hope you understand how to install Django in a virtual environment. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. Today I will talk about how to create a project in a Django. So I'll explain a complete process that how to create a project, how to create a virtual environment in the project. So first of all, I'll create one directory, that is project. Once the directory is created, I just open that directory. Under that project 2, we need to set virtual environment because we are using specific version for this project. So I just open the terminal. You can see there is no any file under the project 2 folder. So first of all, we'll create a virtual environment for this project. To create a virtual environment, we need to type a command Python -flag m virtual environment and name of the virtual environment. Once we create the virtual environment, that virtual environment folder is get created. Under that folder, different files are there. We need to activate this particular virtual environment. So as soon as it gets created, it will have many files under that folder. Now once this virtual environment is created, we can check there are many files under that folder. We need to activate that virtual environment. To activate that virtual environment, we need to type a command, let's say folder, under that scripts is a folder, under that we need to activate the virtual environment. Now the virtual environment is get activated. Once the virtual environment is get activated, we need to install Django specific version. So to install the Django version, command is pip install name of the Django version. If I am using specific version 3.0.2 or if I am using 4.0, I need to mention. If I want to install the latest version of Django, I don't want to mention any specific version name. So once I press enter, it will install the latest Django version for this virtual environment so that we can use all the features and the functions for the Django 4.2 for this particular project. Now you can see that particular Django is also available for this project after installation. It will take some time to install the Django. Once the Django is installed in the specific project, we can verify that package under the script folder. You can find Django admin is get installed. Now under that project2 folder, we need to create a Django project. So to create a Django project, command is django admin start project. You can mention the project name. For this particular project2, I'll write the project name is prj2. This is my project. So under that project2 folder, it will create prj2 project. So you can find the one more folder is created under this project2 folder, that is prj2. If I just explore that prj2, you can find one more folder, that is prj2. That folder consists of different files. Now we'll explore that file, what are the purpose of that files and why that files are required in the project. The very first file under that project is __init__.py. This file will treat the folder as one Python package. So it will treat that particular folder is one of the package under that project. Moving ahead, the next file, setting.py. As the name suggests, various kind of project settings are there under that file. We'll explore this setting.py file in the next session so that you can understand each and every part of the setting.py file. But for introductory purpose, setting.py file will set the database connectivity, will set some media settings like images. We can add the style sheet under the setting file. We can set the JavaScript path under the setting file, and so many other settings are also there that we can set under the setting.py file. Next file is url.py. This is a file where we can set the URL configuration. It will contain all link and the function to call from this URL. Next file is web server gateway interface. If you need to deploy a project over the web server gateway interface, that time this file is important. We need to modify certain things under that file. This is actually used in the synchronous Python app. Another file in the same folder is ASGI. That is called as a asynchronous server gateway interface. It is a successor of web server gateway interface. It provides a standard interface between Python web server and web application. And the very most important file under that project too is manage.py. This file interacts with the command line to run the project along with the many applications. So whenever you create any Django project, it consists of project folder, and under that these are the inbuilt files that get created. We need to modify this file according to the requirement. So hope you understand how to create a Django project. Still, if you have any doubt, you can write in the comment section. So I'll be more happy to give the more explanation of your doubt. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. Today we'll talk about setting file in Django. In the last video, we have created Django project. So when we create a project, that time some files are automatically created. According to the requirement, we need to modify certain files. Today I will focus on setting file. This file contains many things we need to modify during the project execution. So one by one, we'll discuss what sort of settings that we need to modify in the project. The first one is the base dir. It is a variable which contains base directory, or we can say a root directory, which will point to the project folder. So it will goes to our specific project folder. If my project is under E drive, then it goes to the E drive location, that is my root directory. The second setting is a secret key. This key contains some hash value. You can see these are the some unreadable characters are found in the secret key. It should be set to be unique and unpredictable value. When we create the project, this key automatically generates and it's unique for each and every project. You can create another project and check the secret key. It will create another secret key for your another project. The main purpose of secret key is to maintain the user session. Moving ahead for a next setting, debug is equal to true. This is just like a Boolean value to be set to this variable debug. The Boolean value that turn on and off, that is for the debug mode. By default, you can set to the true. It means we can easily check the error. But never deploy your website into production with debug turned on. When debug is equal to false, you need to set allow setting, else it will generate a bad request. The next is allow host. It is a list of string content domain name that Django site can serve. It can contain IP address or a host name. If you want to specify any domain name or IP address, we can mention it in the square bracket. The next setting is install app. This is very important setting for your project. By default, some apps are already been added in the install app, like Django config, admin, auth, content type, session, messages, and static files. These are all the inbuilt applications. We can add the custom application after this line. Suppose I have created one of the app that is user. We can add that app here. So whenever we create any custom application, we can inject our app into the project once you add in the setting. And make sure that whatever the app you are added in the project, that should be unique. Duplication is not allowed for the app. The next setting is middleware. This is important, which consists of list of middleware to be used. I will discuss each and every part of the middleware in the further discussion. The next setting under the setting file is root_URL config. It is a string representing Python import path to your root URL config. The next is a template. As we know that the MVT architecture that we use in the Django, so template is used in the application layer. So what are the HTML pages I'll design? I'll set the path of our HTML page under this template in a DIRs. So backend means some template engine to be used in the Django. App directories too, and these are the options. The next setting is WSGI application. As we discussed in the last video, this is a web server gateway interface. It is specifically used when we need to deploy our application on a server. So in this particular setting, it is a Python path of web server gateway interface application that Django built in server. Whenever we create a project, it create wsgi.py file within your main project, and it point to the setting to this application. So it will set to specific application. This is next one more important setting, databases. As we know that many projects consist of databases, that may be Oracle, SQL, PostgreSQL. So whenever we create a project, it will add some default setting under that databases, and SQLite databases by default set for this setting.py file. Basically, it is a dictionary containing all setting for all databases to be used in the Django. We can add multiple databases, or I can say a different DB technologies like SQL, Oracle, we can add in the one project. So one project have multiple databases along with multiple technologies are there of the Django project. Moving ahead for the next setting, authentication password validators. It contains list of validators that are used to check the strength of user password. So it just validate the authentication password. Then these are the some settings that we are not modified for the each and every project by default that are been set, that is language code, time zone, US I18N true. We'll discuss these settings when we actually execute the project and what is the impact of this setting in the project. Moving ahead, the next setting is static URL. So static URL is a variable when referring to the static file loaded in the static root. So after the static file has been set, the path is set under the static URL. The next and last one is default auto field. So default auto field is set as a big auto field for the Django model. So these all are the important setting under the setting.py file. Some setting files are mandatory for each and every project. Some are the optionals, and some settings are not to be modified at all. So depending on the project requirement, we are going to modify setting.py file. So in the next video, we'll discuss again another file under the project. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. In this video, I will talk about two more important files under the project folder, that is url.py and manage.py in the Django project. So these two files are also very important. So first I'll explore url.py. So url.py file is by default create when we create a project. It is a predefined path for admin app. So if I open that file, you can check that URL pattern consists of path, admin site.url. So this admin URL is already be inbuilt in the url.py. As soon as we add the small app in the project, for that we can set a different URL. That we'll see in the further discussion, how we can set the URL for the each and every application. Whenever I write a specific function in the project, that function will be called through this URL. So we need to add that function in this url.py. The next important file is manage.py. As we had discussed in the second video, that this is a command line utility to run the Django server. So whenever you create a project, by default this file is get created. Now we need to run the project. So whenever you want to run the project, you need to go to that particular project. So I need to write the command cd and erg2. So I just check whether I am inside the project or not. Under that project folder, you can find manage.py file. Whenever you want to execute the project, we need to check that file should be in the project folder. So you need to type a command after that, Python manage.py and run server, so that your project will execute and it will gives you one URL and it will give you one URL. Just control click on the URL, you can find the project is running. So this is very basic. So this is the very initial command to execute a project. You can find Django has been installed successfully and project has been run without any kind of error in the project. So hope you understand how to run a project. I'll again explain that what type of command you need to write on the terminal. So whenever you run the project, you need to check whether that manage.py is in the same folder or not. Then type a command Python manage.py run server. You can note down this command. Every time when you run the project, you require this command. So once I run the command, you will get one URL. Just click on that URL. You can find your project is successfully executed without any error. So hope you understand how we are going to run the project. So this is all about url.py and manage.py. In the next video, we'll see how to create a small app in the project and then write the business logic for that. Thanks for watching this video.
Welcome to the Django series. Today we will talk about how to create a project and install application in a Django. Here onwards, we focused main project task in Django. Along with, we'll explore the main features of Django. Now starting with the Django project, we know that Django project contains one or more application, which means we can create application under the project folder. So throughout the discussion, I will discuss how to create a project, how to set up a project requirement, and then create application under the project. So one by one, I'll explain the process. So first of all, when you start a project, you need to create a virtual environment because we will use specific Django version for the project. So to create the virtual environment, we need to type a command in a terminal py -m flag virtual environment and name of the virtual environment. After activation of virtual environment, we can install a specific version of Django. So we can type a command pip install Django and we can specify the version name. Once the Django is installed, we can verify that Django is installed or not. Go to the virtual environment, go to the script folder, and you can verify Django admin package is installed in my virtual environment. Now I'm going to create a project under that virtual environment. So to create a project under that virtual environment, the command is django-admin start project and name of the project. So here I'm going to mention the name of the project is software professional. So I'll create a project, name of the project is software professional. So one folder is created of software professional. Under that, you can find software professional folder, which consists of some set of files. Now I'm going inside that project folder. So software professional, and we'll verify the directory structure. So we'll find the manage.py, that is the project execution file. So we can execute the project with the help of this file. Now next task is to create a small application. So I'll explain this with the help of one example. So let it be, I'll create a file sample.txt and it consists of my project structure software professional, which consists of one of the application is tester another application is coder, and one more application is a manager. So one by one, these 3 applications are to be installed in my project. To create an application under the project, you can type a command in a terminal, Python manage.py start app and name of the application. So name of the application is tester. Once I create the application, one of the folder having name tester is created in my project, which consists of some set of files. I'll explain this file afterwards. Now in the similar way, we can create a multiple application. So to create the next application, folder, you can type the same command, just need to change the name of the application. So second application is coder. So one more folder structure is get created here, folder, which consists of same kind of file that we have created in the tester. These are inbuilt files are created when we create the application. Similar way, we can create this third application, that is a manager. Now in this way, we can create these 3 applications successfully under the project. Now just to create an application is not enough for Django. You need to install that application in a Django project. So to install the application in a Django project, we need to go into the project folder. So now I'll go to the project folder. I just minimize these applications and go to the project folder. Under the project folder, we can register this all application under the setting file. So just open the setting.py file and you can find the install app. So scroll down that file and go to the install app. Some inbuilt app already there. We need to add the customized application under this installer. So my first application is a tester. Second application is a coder. And third application is a. So one by one, we can install all the application under the setting file. Once all the applications has been installed, now we can execute the project to check whether that app is properly installed or not. So again, I'll execute the command directory, whether that manage.py file in the same folder or not. Yes, we are in the same folder. So to run the project, we can type a command in a terminal, Python manage.py run server. So once you execute the command, you will get one URL if all things are working fine. So just copy this URL or double click on that URL. You can redirect to the specific browser. So just I copied this URL and paste it into the browser to check whether the project is working fine or not. So my applications are created and also installed in the Django project. So I'll stop the execution of project. So in this way, we can create a virtual environment, then we'll create a project, then we'll create a 3 application under the project. Also, we install that application in a Django project. Now in the next video, I'll explore this each and every application and the content of that application. Welcome to the Django series. Today I will talk more about the application. In the last video, I had discussed about how to create the application, then to install that application in the Django project. Today I will explore one by one all the files under that application. Before going to start the discussion, just I'll explain how to create the application and then install into the project. To create any new application under the project, you need to type a command in a terminal, Python manage.py start app and name of the application. So in my case, let's say name of the application is coder. So using this command, we can create an application. Once the application is created, we can install that application under the project setting files. So go to the project folder. Under the project folder, you can find a setting.py. Just scroll down that file and go to the install app. Some of the inbuilt install apps are there. We can add our newly created application under the install app. Now next is I explore one by one the folder structure of the application. If I explore the folder of coder application, it consists of some folder and files. So start with the first folder migration. This folder contain __init__.py file, which means it's a Python package. This folder also contain all the files which are created after running make migration command. We will discuss this command in the successive video. Coming towards the next file, __init__.py. This is an empty file. The folder which contains this file is treated as a Python package. Also, we can say this is my constructor for the application. The next file is admin.py. The file is used to register the relational table so that we can perform data definition and data manipulation language from admin application. So various kind of relational stuff we can handle through this. Next file is apps.py. This is an application file. This file is basically used to configure the Python application. Coming towards the next very important file is models.py. This file is used to create our own model that will convert into the databases. So whatever the relational database we need to create, first we need to write a class under the model. Inside the class, we can write the variable, data type and size of the data type. We'll discuss all the detail of the model in the successive video. But model is used to create a class which will be converted into the database table. Next file is test.py. So what are the functions we write under the view, that is a business logic, that will going to test under this test.py. So this file will be test the unit test cases. What are the functions we write under the view that are going to be test in the test.py. The next is view.py. This file is used to create a view. You can write all the business logic related code in this file. So what are the functionality that particular application is going to perform will be written into the view.py file. So whenever we create an application, these inbuilt files are created. We need to modify some files according to the need of the project. So in the next video, I explore how to write the views in the view.py file. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. This video is very important because I will discuss how to write the business logic for web application. We know that the business logic is written under the view.py file. So in the view.py file, there are two types of views. The first one is a function-based view. The function-based view is similar to the function. It takes web request and return the response. Whenever it returns the response, it can be HTML file, it can be image, it can be a web page content, it can be error class or any other thing that is been written from the function. The second type of view is a class-based view. Using class, we can design the views. We'll discuss the class-based view in the successive video. Now I'll explain the process how to write the view in a Django project. So first of all, I note down the steps. The first step is we need to create the project. Once you create the project, then you need to create the application. So already we create the project software professional and we create the three applications, coder, tester and a manager. Once we create the application, the next step is install that application. So we already installed the application under the setting.py file. So next step, once we install the application, now we need to modify our view.py file. And for this discussion, we'll use the function-based view. So now we'll discuss how to write the function-based view. So under the project, you can find different type of application. So here I'm going to explore one of the application, that is coder. So under the coder application, we can write a business logic in a view.py file. So open that view.py file. Under the view.py, we can write the functions. So to write a function, def is a keyword for the function, and then we can write a function. For example, I write a function, I am a junior coder. Each function takes one parameter, that is a request. The function will return either HTTP response or it render the web page. So here I'm going to return the HTTP response. So HTTP response we need to import into this file first. So first of all, we import the HTTP response. So we need to write from django.http import HTTP response so that it will return the HTTP response. So that response is, let's say, I am junior coder. This is one of the function that we write under the view.py file. So once I write this view, we can render this view through the url.py. So that url.py is in the project folder. So I just minimize this application and open the project folder. Under the project folder, url.py is there. So to redirect to the specific view. So we need to modify this file. First of all, first I need to import the views from that coder application. So we need to write from name of the application, coder, and I am going to import views of that coder app. Then we need to add the path, and it will redirect to the particular view. So let it be, I write here jcoder, that is the junior coder, and then we'll write views dot name of the function. So name of the function is junior coder. So this particular path I am going to pass. After that, we need to run the project to check whether that particular view is being send the HTTP response to this URL. So here I'm going to execute the project Python manage.py run server. It will generate one URL. If it works fine, okay, if it works fine, then we need to copy this URL and paste into the browser. Once we copy the URL, paste it into the browser, then it will display these two paths. So I'm going to redirect this jcoder. I just type jcoder and it will display that I'm a junior coder. The same string is available under the view function. If I go to the view function, you can find this particular message is there. I am a junior coder. The same message is in the output of web browser. Hope you understand that how to write the view and how it processes to this URL. So now I'll stop the execution of project. I'll create one more view to understand process very clearly. So I'll write one more function. Let's say now I'm a senior coder. Name of the function is senior coder. We require one parameter is a request to the function, and then it will return HTTP response. So that HTTP response is, let's say, I am senior coder. Okay. So this particular function will just return the message, I am a senior coder. Now we'll add the URL under that project folder. So go to the project folder, go to the url.py. Now we'll add one more path to this URL pattern. So now we'll add next path, that is a senior coder. So I'm just writing the name S coder, that is the senior coder, and under that we need to write views dot name of the view. So function name is senior coder. So that I'm going to pass under the URL pattern. And then I'll again execute the project by using the command Python manage.py run server. If it works fine, then we get an URL. So just go to the browser and paste that URL. You'll find that three patterns are there. So now I want to execute scoder. So just I hit scoder so that I'll get the message I am a senior coder. If I here write jcoder, so that I'll get the message I am a junior coder. So likewise, we can shift to the one view to the other view. So that URL pattern. So again, go to the project, start the execution. So this way we can write the multiple view for the single application. So we'll write the multiple view in a single application. Hope you understand the process, that how to write a view and how to process that view to the URL. In the next video, we'll discuss multiple application with multiple view function. Thanks for watching this video.
Welcome back to Django series. In this video, I will discuss how to create view for multiple application. In the last video, we have created a view for one single application. Now I'll extend for multiple application. Consider a scenario. I have a project software professional which consists of three applications, tester, coder and manager. And for these two applications, I'll write the views. For this video, we'll write the function based view for the coder and tester application. First of all, how to create a project and application under the Django project is, first you need to create a project by using the command django admin start project and the project name. After that, you need to create an application under that project. So to type a command Python manage.py start app and name of the application, so that it will create the specific application under your project. So in our case, software professional is a project, tester, coder, manager is an application. So three times we have to execute the statement Python manage.py start app coder, Python manage.py start app tester, then Python manage.py start app manager. After that, we need to install that application under the Django project. If you fail to install the application, Django cannot recognize our application. So to install the application, we need to go to the project folder, open the setting.py file. Under the setting.py file, go to the install app, and then we need to modify the install app to add the customized application. Once we install the application, then we can create a business logic. So to create a business logic, we need to go to the view.py. I already explained that how to create a view for single application. So in the last video, we have created a view for coder. So we open the view.py file under the coder application, which consists of two functions, junior coder and senior coder. This is a single application with multiple view function. Now I will add some views from other application. So now I will open tester application and I'll add view from the tester application. So we know that we need to write a function def, and name of the function is, let's say, junior tester. Parameter to the function is a request, and that function will return the HTTP response. So first of all, we need to import the package from Django. So from django.http, it will import the HTTP response. So the function will return HTTP response, and that response is I am junior tester. Similar way, we can write one more function under the same view file, def and senior tester. Parameter to the function is a request, and it will again return some HTTP response, and that response is, let's say, I am senior tester. So now we'll add two more views under the another application. So we have total 4 different views. view.py, file from coder application, which consists of first function is junior coder and second function is senior coder. Similarly, view.py, views.py under the tester application, and in that first function is junior tester and second function is senior tester. So likewise, we write the 4 different views under the 2 different views.py file. Now we need to pass this function to the urls.py. So we need to go to the project folder, open the urls.py. Now we need to add that both the views that we created. So I'll add views.py from tester application. So we need to add from name of the application tester, we need to import the views. Now we import both the views from coder and tester so that we can access in the URL pattern. We will create one more URL pattern path, and now we'll add junior tester. Also, we call the function from that views. So views dot name of the function. So name of the function is junior tester. Similarly, we can create one more path for senior tester. So just here I write as tester, and I'll call the views dot senior tester. Here I write as tester. So we have called these 4 functions: junior coder, junior tester, senior tester. If I try to execute, there may be a conflict because we create a views, but it won't understand whether it should be called from tester or a coder. So we try to execute it. So to execute the project, command is python manage.py run server. So there is a conflict in the views, so it will be getting the errors. So it will generate an error. So what type of error? Tester.views has no attribute junior coder. Now this view is get conflict from which application we need to call a view. So here we are very precise that from which application we are calling the function. So I'll make the alias of this view So for coder application, I will alias that view as a C1, and for tester application, I alias that view as a T1, so that we can rename to the views as C1 and T1. So whenever I call the views from coder, I need to call a function from C1. And whenever I call the views from tester, I need to call the function from T1. So I just need to modify here. So whenever we call from a coder, we need to write C1. So that modification is required in the URL pattern. C1. And for tester, we need to write T1 for junior tester and T1 for senior tester. So again, we'll try to execute it. So now there is no any error because that conflict is resolved. The C1 is from coder. C1 will call function from coder and T1 will call the function from test. So copy this URL and paste into the browser. Now we'll get 5 different paths. So one by one we can execute. For example, if I want to execute jcoder, just copy that path and paste it. It will redirect to the I am a junior coder. If I want to execute for senior coder, then I just need to call the link is scoder. It will call the senior coder. If I'm looking the views from tester application, then we need to write the S tester or J tester. So if first I write junior tester, J tester, so it will redirect to the I am junior tester. If I redirect to the S tester, it will call to the another view function, that is senior tester. So likewise, it will redirect to the specific view. Coming back to the project and stop the execution of project. This approach is not suitable for a major project. You can use this approach for mini project. So in the next video, I'll explain how to write the URL pattern for different application for large project. Thanks for watching this video.
Hi, welcome to the Django series. In the last video, I explained how to write a view in multiple applications, but that approach is only suitable for mini project, or we can say for the small task. In that approach, we call all the view under one project URL. Now, in this lecture, I will explain how to write URL pattern under the application. There are many benefits to write URL pattern inside the application. We'll discuss each and every benefit of URL pattern in this session. So here, first I'll discuss the project structure flow. First of all, we need to create a Django project. To create a Django project, we need to type a command under the terminal django admin start project name. In our case, we already created a project software professional. Under the project, we can create an application. To create an application, we can type a command python manage.py start app and application name. So in our case, we have created 3 applications: tester, coder and manager. After creation of application, we need to install the application. To install the application in a Django, we need to open the project folder. Under the project folder, we can find settings.py file. Under the settings.py file, need to go to the install app, and under the install app, we can add all the customized application that we have created under the project. Once we add the application, then that apps are registered for the Django project. After that, we can write a business logic for our project. To write a business logic for the project, we can go to the application. So each application consists of certain file structure. So let it be the example of coder. This coder application consists of many files. To write a business logic, we can explore views.py file. In our last video, I discussed how to write this view in a views.py. So this file consists of 2 simple view which will just return a string. 2 function, name of the first function is junior coder and second function is senior coder. In the similar way, I have write the 2 functions in the tester application under the views.py. So in the views.py, I write the 2 functions junior tester and senior tester, which will also return 2 simple string. So these 4 functions in the views.py. So let it be these 4 functions that I discussed: junior coder, senior coder, and in the tester, junior tester, senior tester. Now we call that 4 functions in the url.py. So till this point, we use project URL to call these functions. So go to the project folder. Under the project folder, we can find urls.py. In the urls.py, we can call the views by using the application name. So from coder, we can import the views as C1, and from tester, we can import the view as T1. I already discussed this alias part in the last video. If you're not familiar with the alignment, you can watch my last video. So once we call this all the functions, then one by one, all the functions will redirect to this URL. Now we need to write the URL under the application. So first of all, why URL pattern required inside the application? So till this point, I have added URL pattern at project level for the application. But that approach will increase dependency of application in the project. Suppose we want to use the particular application for another project, we may face an issue. Each application should be less dependent or independent on the project, so that we can easily use that application for another project. There are some benefits to use the URL pattern inside the application. The very first benefit, it reduces the dependency. It means that we can use that application for another project directly. The second benefit is enhance application performance. The third one is reuse the application in another project. So reusability of application becomes easy if I write a URL pattern inside the application. So now I'll explain through the coding how to do the process. So very first task, you need to go to the projects. Under that project, we need to open the url.py. Now to create a URL pattern under the application, we need to open the application, add the new file under the application. So I'll just explore the tester application. Under the tester application, I'll create the file urls.py. Then I'll open the project URL file. I'll copy the content. So I just require the content of that file. So I just copied this content along with the URL pattern and pasted into the url.py file that I created under the tester application. Now this file is responsible to handle all the views of the tester application. There is no requirement of coder application views for this file, as well as there is no requirement of alignment is also there, because we are using single application view under this url.py. So under the URL pattern, we'll just use the view that are under the application. So only junior tester and senior tester view under that application. So I'll keep that two views, and instead of T1, I replace with the views, so that it will call the view from the tester application. So that modification is required under the URL pattern. So once it is complete, we need to add same file under the another application. So I'll just explore another application, that is coder. So under the coder, we need to create a url.py. So we just create a new file urls.py, and we'll copy the code from project url.py file. So this is my project url.py file. I just copied the content. I'll paste it into the coder url.py. So again, this particular file consists of all the views of all the applications. So I'm looking a specific view. So here I'm looking only the views from coder file. So I'll remove the other parts. Let it be, I'm not interested the views from tester in this application. Along with, I don't want the admin view as well. So only two views are remain, that is junior coder and senior coder. Along with, there is no requirement of alignment. If you want, you can keep as it is. Otherwise, we can use view.junior coder or views.senior coder. Now individually, we have created a separate file url.py under the application. Now how to render this file through the project URL? Now we need to do a modification under the project.url.py file. Now under the project url.py file, we are not calling this view directly. We just pass a string which will point into the url.py file under the application. So first of all, I'll remove all this URL pattern for junior coder and senior coder. That I'll remove from this URL pattern. Now, one more important function we need to discuss here. That function is include. Now we'll discuss include function. Include function allow referencing other URL configuration. The idea behind using include function is to make it easy plug and play URL for the application. That's it. So it consists of different parameters. So talking about what sort of things it contains. The include function may consist of module name. It may consist of module name. Along with, we can add other parameter like namespace. Also we can add it, and we can also add multiple pattern list in the include function. So in the include function, we can add a different pattern list. We'll discuss both the things in the project URL. But basically, the purpose of include function is to make easy plug and play URL for the application. Now we'll go for the project url.py file. So under the project url.py file, we need to use this function. Now I will update the URL patterns, path, and now we'll use the include function. Under that, the first parameter is name of the application. So here I'm using my tester application. And after that, we need to use the name of the function, that is include. So under the include function, we can use application name dot URLs. So that particular application URLs get redirect. But there is an issue in the include. So we need to import the include function, first of all, in this file. So from Django URL, import path, and then we need to add this include function so that we can easily include that url.py under the tester application. The similar way, we can add one more URL pattern path for coder application, and we can use include function for coder application. So for coder.urls. So when we add both the URL pattern, now we can execute the function and test the functionality whether what are the tasks we did are correct or having certain issue. Now we'll run the project to test the functionality. To run a project, we need to type a command Python manage.py run server. Now it's working fine, so that we can copy this URL and it will paste into the browser. We are getting the two applications separately, tester and coder. Now I am going to redirect to the tester application. We are getting two URLs, junior tester, senior tester. Under that, I am going to execute jtester. It means that I am been under the tester application and executing the junior tester. Similar way, I am going to execute as tester and it will redirect to the as tester. I want to execute another application, so I am going to use a coder application, and we are finding two links under the coder, junior coder and senior coder. So that I am going to execute jcoder. So it will redirect to the I am a jcoder. So the specific view has been called from the coder application. Similarly, I am going to call the S coder so that it will call the second view I am a senior coder. Okay. So again, I go back to the project. I stop the execution of project. So hope you understand that how to write the URLs under the application and how to call the functions under that URL. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome to Django series. Now in this session, I will discuss how data is represented in the application layer. To understand the content of this video, you watch my last video so that you can understand how to render template in a Django. As I already told you in my first video, Django is a MVT architecture. In that, M stands for model, V stands for view, and T stands for template. So we'll first understand what is a template. In my last video, I have created a view which return HTTP response and display content in a HTML page. But it's not enough. We can design web page either by using JavaScript or by using Bootstrap. To design HTML page, you can create a complete HTML tag. Then you can integrate Python with the HTML page. A template is simply a text file. It can generate any text-based format like HTML, XML, CSV. A template contain variable which get replaced with the value when template is get evaluated. Template is used in the view function to represent the data to the user. The flow of template is user send request to the view, then view contact template. After that, view got confirmation from template, and then view give response to the user. So we'll understand the complete process through the example. So stepwise I'll explain how it works. So in the first step, we need to create a project. To create a project, you need to type a command in the terminal Django admin start project name. In our use case, project name is software professional, which consists of 3 applications, tester, coder, and a manager. So once we create a project, we need to create the application. So to create an application, we need to type a command in a terminal, Python manage.py start app application name. So one by one, we can add the application name. Once we create the application, you need to register that application under the project. So to register the application, open our setting file under the project, go to the install app and add all the custom application that you have created. After that, create a template folder under the main project. So whatever the HTML pages we have to design, that can be under the template folder. After that, we can add a template directory in settings.py. So under the setting.py, go to the template and add a template directory. After that, we need to create a template file under the template folder. So whatever the HTML pages we need to design, that are under the template folder. After that, we'll write the view in a views.py. So whatever business logic we have to perform and that has been rendered to the HTML page are under the views.py. After that, we can define a URL for each view function so that it will redirect to the specific HTML page. So now I'll explain how we can render a template in Django through the coding. So I already completed step number 1, 2, 3. Create Django project. So software professional project is already created, which consists of 3 applications, coder, manager, and tester. After that, in step number 3, we need to register all the applications. So go to the project directory. Under that, you can find the settings.py. Open that file. Go to the install app and verify that all the apps are being installed under that install app. So coder, manager, and testers are already been added into the install app. Once we complete the step number 3, so we need to create a template folder under the project. So I just create the template folder. Once we create the template folder, we need to set the template folder using settings.py. So again, you need to open the settings.py, go to the template. So under the template, we need to set the directory. So under that file, I'm going to write template directory is equal to os.path.join base directory and name of the folder. So I just created a template folder. So this is the directory. I'll verify it whether that template directory is set in the specific location. So just going to print that template directory has been set, and that template directory we can add here. Template directory. To verify the template directory, go to the project folder and then we can execute Python settings.py so that we can check whether that template folder has been set under the project folder or not. Yes, it has been set. Okay, so I just make the comment to this print statement. Once the step number 5 is complete, then we'll go for step number 6. So step number 5 is completed. After, we need to create a template under the template folder. So go to the template folder, and under the template folder, we have to create a file. So one by one, we can create a multiple file. So we have 2 different applications, coder and tester. So I'll create 2 files for coder and 2 files for tester. So I'll create one by one, junior tester.html. This is one of the file. Similarly, I'll create senior tester.html. These 2 files are created, senior tester and junior tester. Now we need to write certain code under that file. So let it be, I'll write HTML code. Some, let's say, sample code here I write. For the body tag, just write h1 tag, and I just write I am junior tester HTML page. This is the simple message that I'm going to print under this page. The same code I'll copy and I'll paste into the senior tester, and instead of junior coder and instead of junior tester, here I'm going to replace senior tester. So these two HTML pages I have created and write a certain string message under that HTML page. So the next task is to update the view file. So now we'll open the view file of a tester application because we have created the template for tester. So I'm going to explore the tester application. Under the tester application, we know that business logic we write under the views.py. So I just open the views.py file. Now instead of HTTP response, we are going to render to the HTML page. So this particular message I'll remove from this function and it will return render the HTML page. So return request. So which page I'm going to use? Junior tester. So junior tester .html. So this particular page I'm going to render to this function. Similarly, this HTTP response message I'm going to replace for senior tester. So return and I'll render the HTML page. The first parameter is a request and then we are going to write the page that is senior tester.html. Now both views are updated. Then we'll move for the next step. Now we'll check the URL, whether we need to modify the URL. So we'll go to the urls.py under the application. So already we call the same function junior tester. So there is no any modification required in the URL file. Now I'll execute the project using the command Python manage.py run server. Once it executes properly, then I'll copy this URL and paste into the browser. It will show me the two application, tester and coder. So I want to go under the application tester. Under the tester, we have two functions, jtester and stester. So I'm going to execute jtester. And it will redirect me to I am junior tester and HTML page. So that page is working fine. If I just go to the source of that page, you can find the code we write in the HTML page. Similarly, we can execute for senior tester. That is S tester. And it will redirect me to the I am a senior tester. If I'll go to the view web page source, I'll verify that the same HTML code I found in the source. So in this way, we can redirect to the template. The same modification we can make into the another application. So I'll again go to the code. Now I'll modify the coder application. So for coder application, we need to first create the HTML pages. So under the template folder, I'm going to create a file scoder.html, another file jcoder, that is junior coder and senior coder.html. Once I create these two HTML pages, then we need to write code under that HTML page. So first I'll write under the jcoder. So just create a sample HTML file which consists of certain data inside it. Let's say I'm going to write h1 and I write the, let's say I'm junior coder. Okay. This is sample HTML page testing. The same code I'll copy it and paste into the another page, that is senior coder. And I'll just make the modification in the message. So instead of junior coder, I'll just write a senior coder. So HTML pages are set. Now I need to go into the view functionality of the coder application. I just minimize the other application, open the coder application, go to the business logic, views.py, and already we render the HTTP response. Now we are going to render to the HTML page. So I just modify both the functions under the view.py. So first function I'm going to use return render. There are many parameters. Then we'll write render. There are many parameters we can write under the render that we'll discuss afterwards. So first parameter is request and second parameter name of the HTML page. So first function is junior coder. So here I pass jcoder.html so that it will redirect to the jcoder HTML page, and whatever the message under that HTML page will be displayed. Then I'll modify senior coder view. I just modify the message render request, and then we'll write the HTML page. So HTML page is scoder.html. So likewise, we'll modify this view functionality. Then we need to go to the urls.py under the application. Already we write the two functions, jcoder and scoder. We'll keep as it is. And now I'll verify whether it works fine or not. So again, I'll copy this URL and paste into the browser. To application tester and coder. Now this time I want to verify the coder application. So I'll just hit to the coder. Under the coder, we have two functionality, that is jcoder and scoder. So I am going to execute jcoder.html or just write jcoder. So it will show me the message under that page. I am a junior coder. This is a sample HTML page testing. So I just little bit modify that HTML page. So let it be, I'll just open junior coder, and here I'll just give one break so that the message will be displayed onto the new line. Now I'll re-execute again the page so that the message is come onto the next line. Same way I'll execute for senior coder, that is S coder. I am a senior coder. This is a sample HTML page testing. So likewise, we'll get the message into the console. So hope you understand that how we can render a template into the application. In the next video, I will discuss how to sort the templates according to the application. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome back to Django series. In this video, I am going to discuss how to create and render template file for each application. I will create separate folder inside template folder for application, and then each application will contain only those HTML files which are related to them. This feature will enhance readability and separate HTML file according to our application. So let us start the discussion stepwise. So here I explain the process. Step number 1, create a project. To create a project, we need to go to the terminal, type the command django admin start project and name of the project. In our case, I'll use a software professional. This will create a project which contains certain files. Second step, to create an application. To need to create the application, we need to go to the project folder, that is a software professional. And then we can type a command Python manage.py start app, name of the application. So the first application is a tester. So it will create one application tester under my project. So you can find under the project tester application is created. In the similar way, I'll create another application. So next application is, let's say, coder. So that coder folder will get created under the project folder. In the similar way, I'll create one more application, that is a manager. Now, once the applications are created, we need to register all the application under Django project. Register the app. To register the app, we need to go to the project folder. Under the project folder, open the settings.py. Scroll down that file and go to the install app. Inside the install app, we need to add a customized application list. So this is my install app. Under that, I can add some customized application. Already some inbuilt applications are there. So I'll add 3 applications that I created. Tester, another application is coder, and one more is manager. So once the application is registered, we can use to write the business logic for that application. Next step, to create template folder. Now to create a template folder under the project. So go to the project and create a new folder. Name of the folder is templates. So that template folder is get created. Once the template folder is created, we need to register this template under the project. So again, go to the settings.py file. Under the settings.py file, go to the template. Under the template, we need to add the directory. So here we have created a folder directory. So we'll verify that directory first. So let's say I'll create template directory as equal to this path dot I'm going to join with base dir and name of the folder, that is a template. So it will give an error to the OS. So I need to import that package OS at the start of the file. So I'm going to import the particular package. So let it be. So I'm going to import OS. After that, we are going to verify whether the template directory is in the right location or not. So I'm going to print this template underscore dir. At the same time, I'm going to add this template under the directory. Now to verify this file, I need to go under the folder software professional, and under the folder, I'm going to check whether the template is in the right location or not. So I'm going to write Python settings.py. Here I make a spelling mistake, just a minute. Settings.py. And we can verify that under the project folder, we are pointing to the template directory. Now, once we verify the template, next step number 5, to write the views. Now we'll write the individual view in the application. So first of all, I write the view for tester application. So I'll go to the tester application. We know that business logic is need to be written under the views.py. So I'll open the views.py file. So I will create two separate functions under the view.py. So first function is junior tester. Having parameter is request, and that function will return the HTML page. So you can say the first parameter is request, and after that we are going to pass the HTML file. So first of all, we'll create now HTML file under the template folder. So go to the template folder. There is no any file under the template folder. So here we are very specific that under the template folder, according to the application, we are going to create the file. So I'll create another folder under the template, that is a tester. So that tester folder contain the HTML files that I want to redirect from the tester application. So I'll create a new file, and name of the file is, let's say, jtest.html, and another file I'll create, that is stest, that is senior tester, stest.html. So these two separate files I created under the tester application. I will write some sample code under that file. So HTML, and under the HTML, I'll write a body tag. Inside it, I'm going to write h2, and inside that I'll write, hi, I am junior tester. I just copied this content and I'll paste it into another HTML page with, I just change a message, instead of junior, I'm a senior tester. So these two HTML pages are ready. Now I'll go to again views.py. So that HTML file need to be changed here. So already I pointing to the template folder. So under the template folder, we have a tester folder, and inside that we have two files. So here I'm going to use jtest.html. So simple static data here I'm going to print. After that, I'll modify that HTML page as well. Then second function here I'll write senior tester. Parameter I'm going to write request, and that will also return that HTML page data. So return render request, and second parameter is HTML page. So again, under the tester folder, I have the file stest.html. Now these both functions are ready under the view file. Now you have to go for next step. Next step is configure the URL. To configure the URL, we need to go to the project folder. Under the project folder, we have urls.py. Now here also we have to sort the URLs as per the applications. Under the url.py file, first we write the include function, because we have to include the URLs from other application. Then we'll modify the path under the URL patterns under the project folder. So path consists of the application name is tester, and I want to include the URLs. So URLs is under tester.urls. So it will redirect to that application URL. So next step is go to the application folder. So I'm using tester application. So under the tester application, we need to create a new file, urls.py. Under the tester application, we'll create urls.py file, which is initially empty. We'll copy the content of main project URL file and we'll paste into the application URL. We'll modify certain things. So here we are very specific on the functions that we use under that application, or we can say business logic that we use under that application. So first of all, I'll remove this. First we'll import the views from application. So from name of the application, tester, and we are going to import the views. So all the views will import from this application. So I'll write two functions under the view.py. So I'll call one by one both the function. The first is, let's say, jtester, junior tester, and views dot name of the function. So jtester, that I'm going to call under the URL patterns. I'll set one more path for stester. Again, call that view, views dot senior tester. So both the functions are being called in the URL pattern. So now URL pattern is set to the project and an application. Now we'll execute for the single application, whether we are getting the expected outcome or not. To execute the project, I'll type a command Python manage.py run server. Okay, we are under the project, so inner project folder, so we need to come outside that. So now I will execute the project to test the functionality. So I'll type the command Python manage.py run server. So once it executes successfully, we'll copy this URL and paste into the browser. Once I copied the URL into the browser, admin and tester, so we are going to visit the tester page. So tester, under the tester application, we have jtester and stester. Now I'm going to execute jtester. I'll get the hi, I am a junior tester. Similarly, if I just use stester, then I'll get hi, I am a, then I'll get hi, I am a senior tester. Again, I'll back to body. So in this way, we can create the HTML pages under the application name tester, so that it will avoid the conflict of the different application having same HTML page name. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome to Django series. In this video, I will talk about how to process static file in a Django. The static files are nothing but CSS file, JavaScript, images, audio, video files. In Django, static files are handled under the package Django contrib static files. It is used to collect the static file from each of your application into one of the location that can easily serve into the production. We can create a static folder similar like a template folder. So under the root directory, we can create a static folder, and inside the static folder, we can create the required files like CSS, JavaScript, or images. Moving ahead, load template tag. It loads the custom template tag set into the Django application. The syntax is opening bracket percentile load module name. Let us see one example. That is opening bracket percentage sign load my tag. My tag is my module. Suppose I want to filter out individual element from my modules, then I can put an argument with the help of the syntax opening bracket percentage sign load s1 from my tag. So individual s1 element we can retrieve from this module name. Moving ahead, static template tag. The static template tag is used to link a static file that are saved into the static root. The syntax is opening bracket percentage sign static as a keyword and the file name that I want to be served as a static file. Example, opening bracket percentage sign load static. So to load the static folder under my HTML page. And after that, then we can integrate according to the need of the application. So example is, let's say I want to integrate one of the image or CSS file in my HTML file. So syntax is under the link, we have to put in a href tag static name of the file that I want to load into the HTML page. Similarly, if I want to load an image, then we can write a syntax image source. Under the source, we can integrate static and the image that I want to be load on the HTML page. Now moving ahead, what are the steps to be followed to add a static file under the project? So one by one, first we'll discuss the steps and then we'll implement all the steps one after the another. So let us discuss the step first. The first step is to create a project. To create a project, we need to type a command in a terminal, django admin start project, name of the project. Once we create the project, then we can create a application. Either you can create a single application or multiple application according to the need of your project. So to create an application under the project, you need to type a command under the terminal, python manage.py, start app, name of the application. One after another, we can create a multiple application. Once the applications are created, then we can inject the application into the project. So to inject the application under the project, we need to open the setting file, and under the setting file, we have to scroll it down to the install app. Under the install app, we can add this customize application. After that, we can create a template folder under our main project. Inside the template folder, we can create an application folder to avoid the conflict between the same HTML pages. Then we can register the template folder in a setting file. Once we complete the template settings, then we have to create a static folder under the project directory. The similar way that we have created a template. And then we can add a static file. It may be CSS, it may be images, or it may be the JavaScript. Step number 8, write the view function, that is the business logic for a respective application. Once we complete the business logic, then we can define the URL for view function of the particular application. Either we can write into the project URL or we can create a separate URL under the application. That we'll see during the implementation. After that, we can write a template file code and a static file code to render that file on the HTML pages. So now we'll discuss how we can perform these steps through the coding. So let us start the discussion through coding. So the step number 1 is create a project. To create a project, you can type in a terminal django admin start project, name of the project. So here I'll use the project name is software professional. Once the project is created, it contains certain set of files. We already discussed all these set of files. So once the project is created, we'll go under the project folder, professional, and under the project, we are going to create the application. To create the application, the command is python manage.py, start app, name of the application. So here I'll use the two application, tester and coder. So first I'll create my tester application. Once the application is created, it comes under the project folder and certain set of files are inbuilt into the application. In the similar way, I'll create the second application, that is coder. So same command I'll use, python manage.py, start app, name of the application is coder. Once the application is created, the similar way, another folder is get created under the project with some inbuilt set of files. Once both the applications are created, the third step is to inject that application under the project. So to inject the application under the project, we need to go under the project setting files. We need to scroll till the install app. Already some apps are there. These are the inbuilt apps are there, that is installed. And we created two customized applications. The first application is tester and second application is coder. Now these two applications are injected into the Django project. Next step is to create the template folder under the project. So I'll go under the project and I'll create the new folder. Name of the folder is templates. Under the template, I'll create the another folder according to the application. So I have created two applications. One is tester and another one is coder. So I'll create two separate folders, tester and coder. The purpose to create these two folders separate is to avoid the conflict between the same HTML page under the application. So under the tester, I'll add the two pages. So two HTML pages here I'll add. The first one is jtest.html, junior test HTML, and I'll add one more HTML page under the same application, stest.html. Similar way, I'll create two HTML files under the coder application. The name of first file is jrcode, that is junior code.html, and I'll use one more file under the same folder, that is srcode senior coder.html file. So in this way, I'll create the HTML files under the template folder. Once the file are created, then I'll register this template under the setting.py file. So again, go to the project folder, open the settings.py, go to the template directory. Okay, here we need to add the template directory. Now we add a template directory in setting.py file. So using template dir, we are going to add the template directory. So I'll add os.join base directory and name of the folder that we have created. So templates is the folder we have created. This particular OS shows an error. So we need to import this package. So I'll go to the starting point of the file and I'm going to add this package. So I'm going to import OS package under the file. After that, we need to check whether that template directory is properly set or not. So we are going to add that template directory. Along with that template directory has been added into this template list. So here I am going to add this template directory. First of all, I'll verify whether that directory has been successfully set on the specific location or not. For that, we need to go under the project, say software professional, and then we'll check Python settings.py. See, under that software professional template folder is perfectly set. So again, I'll come outside that inner folder. So template directory is properly set under the setting.py file. So after that, we have to create the static folder under the project. So we need to go to the project and create the folder static. Under the static, we can add a different files. So under the static, I'm going to separate out CSS file under the CSS folder. JavaScript file, I'm going to separate out under the JS folder. The similar way, I'm going to add one more folder to segregate the images. So img is the folder. So under the static folder, I'm going to add these three separate folders: CSS, image, and JavaScript. Now we need to add this static directory in a setting.py file. So again, go to the setting.py file, scroll down the file, go to the last tag static files. So you can find static URL here. Now here we are going to add the static folder setting. So first of all, we are going to add the static directory. Similar like we did for the template, os.path.join from the base directory and name of the folder. So we already created a name folder is static. After that, we are going to set the static directory to the static files. Is equal to list. Under the list, we are going to pass the static directory. After that, we will verify whether that static directory is set under the project or not. So I'll go under the project, so cd software professional, and under the project we are going to check by using the command python settings.py. so that we can verify the static folder is properly set under the project. So both the setting, template and statics are done over here. So I'll come outside that in our project folder. And now next part is to write the view in the individual application. So I'll go to the application, I'll explore that tester and coder application and write the views under the application. So first of all, I'll go under the tester application and open the views.py. We know that business logic we can write under the views.py file. So under this view.py file, we'll write two functions, junior tester and senior tester. So first of all, I'll write the function junior tester. Parameter to the function is a request. Then that function will return the HTML page. So return request is the first parameter and the second parameter is the HTML file name. So under the tester application, we have jtest.html file that are going to be written the content of that file. Similarly, I write the function senior tester, having first parameter is a request, and that function is also return the HTML page, return render. The first parameter is a request to that function, and the second one is the HTML page. So under the tester application, we have test.html page. We'll just verify that both the pages are correct or not. So we'll open the template folder. Under the template folder, we have a tester application. JTest and STest are the two HTML pages. So these two view function will write for the tester application. Now we'll write the code inside that, both the HTML files. So first of all, I'll open the jtest.html, which is initially empty. So I'll write some sample code over here. HTML, under the HTML, I'll write the body tag. And inside that, I'll write the h1 heading tag. And I'll write the message, I am a junior tester. The simple message I'll write over here. I copied this content as it is. And I'll open the another page, stest, and paste the content. Only I replace the message, instead of junior tester, I'm writing senior tester message in the HTML page. Now this HTML page already been set over here. After that, views are completed, templates are completed. Then we have to set the URLs under the application. So first of all, I'll go to the project folder and set the URLs for the application. So open the project folder and under that, open the urls.py. Under the urls.py, we have to add a function include. We already discussed this function in my previous video. You can watch that video to understand the functionality of include function. Now here I need to add a path for our tester application. So I just add the tester link over here and then I'll add the include function, which consists of path from the tester URL. So this URL is updated, that is the project URL. Copy the content of this project URL completely, and then we can create one URL file under the application. So we can create the file urls.py to redirect the views from this application. We'll copy the content from the main URLs. We need to modify few contents of this url.py file. So first of all, I'll remove this commented line of code. So I remove the include function. We don't want to include any application over here. First of all, we'll add the tester views. So from tester, I'm going to import the views so that we can access all the functions under the view files. And then I'll modify this URL pattern. So I just modify with the function name, that is jtester. Under the tester application, the first function is jtester, and I'm going to call the function here. Let's say views.jtester. Similar way, I'm going to add one more path for senior tester. So as tester, I'm going to call the view, that is as testers, that is a senior tester. So both the functions has been called under the application URLs, and already that application URL has been set under the main project URL. Now all the task is done. Now I'll execute the project by using the command Python manage.py run server. And if it works completely fine, then we'll get an URL. We just need to copy this URL and paste into the browser. We have a tester application. We are included in the project. So under the tester application, JTester. So here, just print a message, I am a junior tester. Now next task is to add image and to set a CSS to this particular HTML page using the static file. So now I'll again go to the code and now I'll add the static file code under the HTML file. So first of all, I'll open the jtest.html and under that page, I'm going to add the image. I already created a static folder which consists of 3 folders, CSS, image and JavaScript. So under the image folder, we have these 2 images, test1 and test2. We can copy the multiple images into this folder. Once we copy the images, we need to render this image into the HTML page. So first of all, we need to load the static part under the HTML page. So before the HTML start, we need to load the static first. Once we load the static, then we have to add the image tag under the body tag. So here I'm going to add the image tag under the source. I'm going to add the static part, then path of the image. So under the image folder, test1.jpg image is there. And then we can close this tag. After that, we can execute the code. Python manage.py run server. Once we get the URL, copy that URL and paste into the browser. We have a tester application. So I just go to the tester application. Under that, JTester is a function which consists of that HTML page. We can find the image has been displayed. We can change the size of this image. Either we can increase or decrease the size. The first part is complete. Now the second part, so we'll again come back to the code. And now we have to add the CSS part into this HTML page. So go to the CSS folder, add one CSS file. So add the new file, that is style.css, and add some CSS part inside it. So I'm going to add a body tag, and under that I'm going to give the background color. Let's say background color is, let's say aqua. This particular color I'll provide to the background. Now the CSS file I want to add into the HTML page. I'll again go to my HTML page, and we know that under the HTML tag, we can add this CSS part. So under the head tag, I'm going to add this link. So link consists of 2 parts. So rel style sheet, and the second part is href, that is the reference. Href is our style sheet. So here I use the same method that I use for image. So static, and here I'll provide the path. So we created a folder CSS, and under that folder style.css is there. Save this code and again go back to the browser. After refresh, we'll see that the style sheet changes are reflected onto the browser. So hope you understand that how we are going to create a project, add the template, add the static file under the project, and how we can use the static file to render into the HTML page. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome to the Django series. In this video, I will talk about template inheritance. So far, we have created many Django templates for different purpose in Django. Many times we copy and paste repeated HTML code into the templates. As we know that most of the website contain repeated structure like header, sidebar and footer. So instead of cut and paste, we can minimize the amount of repetition in our base template. So to achieve the template inheritance, there are different tags are used like extend tag and block tag. One by one, we'll discuss the extend and the block tag. So first of all, we'll talk about extend tag. The syntax for extend, opening bracket, percentage sign. Inside that we can write extends, and then we can write name of the base page, or we can say HTML page. So I'm going to extend the base.html page for a certain child page. The purpose of extend tag is used to inherit template. It tells the template engine that the template extend another template, so it has no end tags. Make sure that there is no end tag for extend. Moving ahead for the next tag, that is a block tag. The syntax of block tag is opening bracket, percentage sign, and inside that we can write block and then the block name. We can mention any specific name to the block. Then we can write a content, and at the end, again we have to close this tag. That is end block. There are multiple ways that we can write this block tag. Another way is that we can write block name, and when we end, that time also we have to mention the block name. So any one of these two approach you can use at the time of implementation. So if I'll give an example here, opening bracket, percentage sign, suppose I want to mention a title block. So block title, so it mention the title of my web page every time, and then it will be closed like opening bracket, percentage sign, and it will be an end block. If I want, I can mention the title as well. So likewise, we can use this tag. There are certain rules we have to follow while writing extend and the block tag in a template. We can discuss those rules during implementation. So let us start the discussion through coding. So first of all, I'll create the parent page, or we can say base HTML page under the application. So consider my scenario of project is software professional, and that software professional consists of two applications. One is tester and another one is coder. Both the application consist of certain HTML pages. So here now I will add base page. Already junior test and senior test page is there in my application. So what are the content of base.html will be accessible into junior test as good as into the senior test. So I'll design a common code, or we can say common framework for these both pages. So now we'll start the discussion through the coding. So first of all, I'll go to the project folder. Then I'll open the template folder. Under the template folder, we have two applications, coder and tester. Tester application consists of two HTML pages already, if you follow my last video. Now here I will create another web page, that is base.html. Now first of all, we'll create the base.html tag. So HTML, under the HTML, we are going to add the head tag. Under the head, we are going to add the title of the page. And then inside the HTML, I'm going to add another tag, that is body. So this is a common minimum framework for the HTML page. So under the title, I'm going to add a block. As I said, there are certain rules while writing the block. Make sure that the block name is unique for one HTML page, or we can say template. There is no any duplication or repetition is allowed for a block. For example, if I write the block of title, I'm not going to add another title block in the same HTML page. This is my title block, and this is my end block title. One more block I'm going to add under the body tag. So that is my content block. So I'm going to add the block, name of the block is, let's say, content. So content of my HTML page will be used under this block. And then we are going to end that block. So this is minimum framework for a base.html page. Okay. Now I want to inherit this page into the child page. So child page is jtest and stest. So first I'll open the jtest.html. So under the jtest.html, we already write a certain code if you follow my last video. Now we'll add a template inheritance into this HTML page. So now I'll modify this jtest.html page. So first of all, we need to add the extend tag. So opening bracket, percentage sign, we need to use the extend keyword, and then we are going to add the page that I want to extend. So under the tester application, I want to extend base.html page for this junior test HTML. So once we extend that base.html, we can access the content of this page into the junior test. So now I'll go to the junior test and modify certain things. For example, under the head, I'm going to add the block, that is title block title, and then I'm going to provide the name of my page, that is junior tester. And then I'm going to close that block, or we can say end block. This part is done. After that, inside the body tag, I'm going to add one more block. Name of the block is content. And then I'm going to end block content. So this part is done under the test.html. So now base.html has been set, that has been extended into the junior test.html by using the extend keywords. Junior tester is there. Now we'll execute the code and we'll verify the output. To execute the code, we need to type a command python manage.py run server. Once the project is run successfully, we'll get the URL, copy that URL and paste into the browser. So we know that we have a tester application. So we are going to execute tester application. Under the tester, we have say tester page. And it is, now we'll see this page is completely empty. So now I'll again back to code and verify why this message is not displayed, because that message is outside the block content. We have to just copy this content and paste into the block. So now that block contents are available inside the block so that it will display on the HTML page. And I'll again go to the browser and I'll just refresh the page. You can find the content has been displayed. Now our task is to inherit the member of base page into the child page. So we'll back again to the coding and now we'll add certain things into base.html. So under the base.html, I'll add, let's say here, one div tag. And under the div tag, I'm going to add certain links. href. Afterwards, I'll add certain things. And I'll add one more link. Href. Right, about us. Likewise, two links are there in my base.html. Now these two links are common for my all HTML pages if I extend the base.html. So I extend the base.html into jtest.html. So it means that both the links are available on this j.html. So I'll again save the code and go to the browser to verify the contents are reflected into the jtest.html or not. So we'll go into the browser and we'll just refresh the page. You can find how many about us links are there. That code is written into the base.html that has been inherited into the jtest.html. So likewise, we can inherit as many as content that is either header, sidebar or footer into HTML page. In the next video, I'm going to discuss how to add the static part into the template inheritance. Thanks for watching. Welcome to Django series. In this video, I will talk about how the static files are used in a template inheritance. So watch my previous video first so that you can understand the concept of template inheritance. So let us start the discussion. I extend template inheritance in the last video. So moving ahead, we'll add a static file in the base.html so that we can integrate changes in all the web pages. Consider a scenario, a software professional is my project, having tester and coder is the application. Under the tester application, we have base, junior test and senior test HTML pages. So base.html pages is a parent and these are the two child pages. We have to inherit all the changes of the base.html into these child pages. So first of all, how the static files are added into the project, we need to create a static folder under the project. This already we discussed in the static files. So to add a static file in the project, we need to create a static folder. Under the static folder, we have different files, CSS, images and JavaScript. So under the CSS, we need to create a certain CSS tags. So already I added some CSS tag inside it. Now I'll integrate this CSS file into my base.html. So go to the template folder, under the template folder, open the tester application, and inside it, base.html page is there. Now we'll add the CSS file under the base.html. So it consists of link, rel is equal to style sheet, and second part of that link is, let's say, href, which consists of path of the static file. Let's say static file, and the path is here we need to mention, which is nothing but CSS folder. Under the CSS folder, we have style.css, and then we close the tag. Once we add the style sheet, we also add the image under this body tag. So after this end block, if I want to add, let's say, image, so I'm going to add the image tag, and inside that we need to mention the source of that image. So it is again a static file. So we are going to write the static and the path of that static file. So it comes under the image folder. Let's say its name is test1.jpg. And both the files are added to the HTML page, that is a base HTML page that can be accessible into my child pages. So these changes are reflected directly into this test.html. We no need to modify anything to this page. Now I'll execute the project by using the command python manage.py run server. Once it executes properly, we'll get the URL, copy this URL and paste into the browser. Now we'll go to the tester application. Under the tester application, we are working on the JTester. Now we can find there is a, did you forgot to register or load this tag? We already registered this tag into the setting.py, but we are not load this tag onto the HTML page. So we'll go back to the coding, open the base.html page, and we'll find we need to load the static part. So before starting of the HTML page, we need to add the load static. And now we'll execute again. So let's go to the browser, refresh this page. You can find that all the CSS files and images has been displayed onto the inherited template. So this is my jtest.html, which consists of these two links along with the background color has been changed. Also images are added into the HTML page. So likewise, we can add as many as content into the inherited template. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome back to Django series. In this video, I am going to explain how to use Django URL template tag. There are two methods so that we can redirect to the specific URL. In the first approach, we can add a link of HTML page, and in the second approach, we can use variable name. So here I'll explain both the method to understand how the URL template tag can be integrated into the coding. So let it be using view function. I write a function index having parameter is a request, and then we can return to a specific page. So return render, first parameter is request, and then we are going to pass the actual HTML page. So my application is, let's say, test1, and inside the application we are being pointing to a specific HTML page, that is index.html. So once I write this view, we can write the URL pattern. In the URL pattern, we have to specify the path. So in the path, we need to write the name of the URL that we need to redirect. So let it be index, and then the function that we need to call. Let's say view.index, name of the function is index, so that it will redirect to the specific URL. And then we'll go to the template. Under the template, we are going to specify the hyperlink tag. Under the template, we are going to add the hyperlink href. We need to specify the name of the particular web page that we want to redirect. So here I am going to write the URL tag. Let it be index, and name of the page is index. Then I close the tag. So this process will redirect to a specific index page using this URL template tag. This is one of the approach. we can add a variable as well. So when we write the view function, at that time we can add a parameter that is, let's say, dictionary, and that dictionary parameter consists of, let's say I want to call the index, so I just write the variable in, and the web page that I want to redirect, let it be index, close that tag. After that, when we write the URL pattern, it will keep as it is, no need to modify anything in the URL tag. Only thing is that we need to modify in the template. So instead of writing the full name of index, we need to pass the variable name. So I just copied this content, and instead of index, what we need to write here is name of the variable. So in this way, we can call a specific URL template tag using the name of the HTML page or by using the variable name. So we'll discuss this solution through the coding. So here I explain how to use Django URL template. Now let us start the discussion. So first of all, we need to create a virtual environment. So to create a virtual environment, go to the terminal, type a command py -m flag virtual environment, name of the virtual environment. So here I'll use the same name, virtual environment. Once the virtual environment is created, then it creates some set of folders which consist of some packages are inbuilt inside it. Now we need to activate that virtual environment. To activate the virtual environment, we need to go to the specific folder. Let's say folder is virtual environment. Under that, script folder, and then we can activate the virtual environment. Now you can see virtual environment is activated. Now you can install a Django specific version. So to install the Django version, we need to type a command in a terminal, pip install Django. It will install the updated version of a Django so that we can use that Django version to create a project. Now once the Django is installed properly, then we can create a project. So to create a project, we need to type a command in a terminal, django -admin start project, name of the project. So we can write any specific name of the project. So here I write, let's say, project 15. It will create an empty project. So you can open a project folder, you can find project 15 is get created. Under the project 15, there are certain set of files are inbuilt created when a project is created. Under that project, we have to create a different applications. Either we can create a single application or multiple application. Now I'll go inside the project, and then I'm going to create the multiple application or a single application. So to create an application, you need to type a command Python manage.py start app, name of the application. So I just write the name of the application, let's say test 15. So that application will create under the project folder, having certain set of inbuilt files are there. You can see test 15 application is get created. Once this application is created, we need to inject that application into setting.py file so that Django can recognize the app is installed. So go to the project folder, open the settings.py file. In a setting.py file, we need to go to the install app. You can find there are many inbuilt applications are there. We need to add this customized application after the inbuilt application. So I'm going to add this test 15 under the install app. Once we add this line, it means that now this test 15 is inject, or we can say installed into the Django project. Next task is to create a template. So to create a template, go to the project, create a folder template. Under the template, we can create an application. So name of application is test 15. So under the template, I am going to create test 15 folder. So this test 15 folder consists of all the HTML pages that I want to use to redirect on the URL. So under that test 15, I am going to create index.html. So now template is get created, which consists of index.html. So I'll add some sample code here. HTML body tag. Inside the body tag, I'll just write a title that is h1. This is index page. So this sample code is created for index.html. Once the template is created, we need to do the setting of template in project setting.py. So again, we need to open the setting.py file, go to the template. So under the template, we can add a directory. So the directory that we have created under the project template, that we need to set over here. To set the directory under the template, we need to write os.path.join, and already we have base directory. Under that, we are using templates. You can find there is an error under the OS, so we need to import this package first. So I'll go to the starting point of the file and I'm going to import the OS. So you can add the import OS package so that that error will get resolved. Again, I'll go to the template and you can find OS path join base directory, and under that we are pointing to the template folder so that we can easily access the template folder to the application. Now moving ahead, we need to use some static file under the project. Now we need to create a static folder under the project. So again, go to the project, create a folder static, which consists of all the static files. So under the static folder, I am going to create different folders. Then I'll create the folder image, which hold all the images of my project. And also I am going to create JS, so it will hold JavaScript file under that folder. So the static folder is also created similar like a template folder. So now I'm going to do the setting of this static folder. Now do the setting of static under the project setting.py. So again, go to the project folder, open the settings.py, scroll down the file, and you can find the static URL. Under the static URL, we need to set the static directory. So here I'm going to use static _dir os.path.join, the similar thing that we did in the template. We have to update after the base directory. So base dir and the folder that we have created under the project, that is static. Then we need to set the static file, files _dir, and we have to set the list of static directory. So static dir we can set here. So in this way, we can set the static folder under the settings.py. Now we'll write the business logic under the application. Now go to the application folder test 15. Inside the folder, open the views.py file. And now here we need to write a business logic. So here I write a function f index, parameter to the function is request, and that function is going to render a specific HTML page. The first parameter is request, then we have to use the specific HTML page. So under the test 15, now here we will use a specific HTML page. Under the application test 15, we have the index.html. So in this way, we can write the function under the views.py. Now we need to set the URL under the project and application. So go to the project folder, open the urls.py, and here we need to modify a certain thing. So first of all, I am going to add the include function. Already I discussed this function in my previous videos. If you're not aware of include function, then watch my previous videos. Under the URL pattern, we need to set a specific application. So here I'm going to add one path under the URL pattern, and I'm going to set this my test 15 application. And now I'm write the include function. So under the include function, so here we have to specify the application test 15 dot URLs. So this URL is been redirect to the application. Now under the application, we have to create url.py. So go to the application folder test 15, create one new file. Name of the file is urls.py. And under the file, first we'll copy the content of main project URL and paste into the application URL. Now we have to modify this file. So what I'll do first, I'll remove this commented code. We don't want to include any application under this URL. So here I am going to remove the include function as well. And I don't want this path now. I'm under the application. So under the application, we have multiple view functions. So now I will import views from application. From test 15 application, I'm going to import the views. Now I'll add into the URL patterns. Let's say path. We need to add the index function. So index function I'm going to use. I'll call the views dot index, so that that function can be added into the URL pattern. Now everything has been set. Now I'll run the project using the command Python manage.py run server. Once the project executes, we'll get the URL. Copy that URL and paste into the browser. We are under the test 15 application. So go into the test 15 application. Under the test 15 application, we have the index. So this is my index page. So I'll add a few tabs on this page so that we can redirect to the another page. So I'll back to the coding and make the modification into the index.html. So index.html consists of few links. Let's say I'll add a link href, and I'll add, let's say, home page. Link is there for a home. Similar way, I'm going to add another link href, and here I'm going to add the contact. So now I'll have to create these two pages, home and contact. So I'll go to the template folder, and under the template folder, we have test 15 application. Under the test 15 application, I'm going to create these two new pages. That is home.html. And one more page here I'm going to create as HTML. That is contact.html, so that we can redirect to the specific page. So I'll write a certain code under both pages. I'll copy the code of index and paste into both the pages. And we'll modify a little bit. So in the home.html, I'm going to just type a message. This is home page. And from that home page, I'm going to redirect to the index and the contact page. The same kind of modification we need to perform on the contact page. So this is my contact us page. And here I'm going to pass the two link, home and index. So instead of contact, here I'm going to write index. So I'll save these pages and I'll again go back to the browser and just refresh the page. We can find two links are there, home and contact. So if I click on the home, it will redirect to the home. If I click on the contact, it will redirect to the contact. So now again, we'll back to the coding. So we need to write the business logic and the URL for these two pages. So go to the views.py and we need to write these two functions. The first function is home page. The first parameter is a request. So it will return a specific HTML page, return render request, and we will be pointing to the specific page that is under test 15. We have home.html. Similar way, I'll write another function that is contact us. So I just write contact function, parameter is request, and that page is also written HTML page. So return render, first parameter is request, and we are going to pass the HTML page that is under the test 15 application. We have contact.html. So both the view functions are completed under the application. Now we'll go to the URL and we'll add that two views under this URL. So just copy this URL path and need to modify. So after index here, I'm going to write home and function that under the view is home. Similar way, contact URL we are going to add contact and the name of function is again contact. So URL is updated, views are updated. So we will verify this functionality is working right or not. So we'll go back to the browser and we'll refresh the page. So now we'll click on the home page. So it is redirected to the application. So certain modification is still required into the HTML page. So we'll back to the coding. Now we'll go to the index.html. Under the index.html, we need to add the application name S15. Give the / the same we have to modify everywhere. So I just copied paste this part. Similar, we have to modify the home.html and under the contact.html. So once the modification is done, need to save that HTML pages. Again, we'll go back to the browser. We'll go first to the index.html. We need to redirect either home or contact. So first I click onto the home. So it will redirect to the home page. If I click onto the contact, it will redirect me to the contact us page. So likewise, we can redirect to the specific page. So in this way, we can redirect from one page to another page using URL template tag. Thanks for watching this. Hi, welcome to Django series. In this video, I am going to explain most important concept under Django, that is a model, or you can say database processing. So first you need to understand what is a model. A model is a single definitive source of information about the data. It contains essential field and behaviors of data that we are storing. Generally, each model mapped to a single database field. Use of a model class. It is a class which represents a table in a database. Each model in a Python class, that subclass consists of Django DB models.model. Each attribute of a model represents a database field. By default, Django uses SQLite database. We can use other databases like MySQL, Oracle, SQLite, and SQL. Next, moving ahead, we can create our own model. To create a model, we can use a model.py file which is under the application folder that is required to create our own model class. This own model class will inherit Python model class like class name models.model. Under that, we can write field name models.fieldType. And then you need to mention the size of that data type. Let us take one example to understand this model class. Let it be class coder models.model. Coder ID is an attribute is equal to model.integer field. So coder ID I want as an integer field. So this is the data type that I mentioned for this coder ID. Coder name models character field max length. Here we need to specify a precise size for this coder name. So coder name is an attribute and character field is a data type for this attribute. Similarly, next attribute is email. Coder email models email field max length is 100. Similarly, coder email is an attribute, email field is a data type of that attribute, and so on. So these are nothing but the attribute under the table, and for that attribute, these are the mentioned data type that we are going to use while processing the data. If you not mention a primary key in any of this column, so it will automatically create a new column name ID and the data type integer with primary key and auto increment is been assigned to that field. Moving ahead, while writing the model, we have to follow certain rules. The rules are the field name cannot be used Python reserved word. If you use a Python reserved keyword, then it gives a syntax error. The next rule is a field name cannot contain more than one underscore in a row. Due to that, Django query lookup syntax work. A field name cannot end with the underscore. Make sure that this rule need to be remembered while creating the model. Next is how to use that model. So once we write the model, then we need to tell Django we are going to use this model. So then we need to write a command Python manage.py make migration. So make migration command will convert the model to the query. So whatever the model we write under the model.py, it will get converted into the queries. So it will create a new migration based on the changes we have made to our model. Then we need to type a command Python manage.py migrate. Migrations are Django way of propagating changes that you make to your model, and then it will inform to your database schema. Moving ahead, there are different model operations. So one by one we'll discuss this model operation. So first of all, create model. Create model is a function which consists of name field, option, basis are there the parameter. So this create model, create a new model in the project history and corresponding table in the database to match it. Name is the first attribute under the create model, is a model name and it would be written in the model.py file. Option is an optional dictionary of values from model meta class. The bases are nothing but an optional list of other classes to have this model inherit from. We'll discuss the detailing of this parameter at the time of implementation. The next model operation is delete model, having parameter is name. It deletes the model from the project history, and then the table is get deleted from the database. Next model operation is rename model. The parameter is old name, new name. It renames the model from old name to new name. Next model operation is alter model table. So we have two parameters, name and table. So it changed the model table name. So this is a brief explanation about the model. Now we'll see this through the coding. First step is to create a project. So here I created the project 17. Under that project, we need to create one application. So coder is the application. For that purpose, you need to go to the terminal, type the command django admin, start project name. Under the project, you can create an application. So to create an application, you can type a command Python manage.py, start app, name of the application. So coder application is get created. After that, we need to install, or we can say inject this app into the Django project. So go to the project setting.py file and then modify the install app. Under the install app, some inbuilt apps are there. We need to add our customized app, that is a coder. Once we do this process, then we are ready to perform the database operation. So I need to go to the application folder, and first you need to open the model.py file. So this is the file where you can create the actual database. First of all, we'll create a model. So to create a model, we write a class model name. So coder underscore model, and we can pass this attribute models.model. So under this model class, we can create the attribute. So first attribute is coder ID is equal to models, and then we can write the data type. So here I am looking for integer data type for this coder ID. So integer field data type is assigned for the coder ID. Next attribute is coder name. For coder name, I am going to assign the character field type. And also I have to mention the specific length for this attribute. Suppose I am going to mention 111 as a max length for this attribute. One more attribute here I write coder email is equal to models, and under the model we have email field. So I am going to mention the email field for this particular attribute. So these three attributes under this model. Once we define the model, we can tell the Django that we are going to use this model. For that purpose, we need to type the command Python manage.py make migrations. So that this command tells the Django that convert the model into the query. So one of the files get created under the coder application. So once you go to the coder application, you can find the migration folder, and under the migration folder 001 underscore initial file is get created. This file consists of model to query. So you can find that model is get converted into query format. After that, again go back to the terminal and type the command Python manage.py migrate. So it will migrate all the models into our by default database, that is SQLite. So one of the databases is created under this project. So after the execution, you will find that SQLite file is get created. It means that it consists of all these models are being stored into the SQL template. Now this model is available under the Django project. We'll discuss all the model operation in the next video. So hope you understand how to create a model and how to inject the model in the Django. In the next video, I am going to explain the model operation. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome back to Django series. In this video, I am going to discuss admin application and add the record without using SQL statement. Before going to start this video, I appeal you to watch my previous video to understand the model first, so that you can easily interact with the admin application and create a super user in a Django. So let us start the discussion. So first of all, you need to create a project. So already I created a project 18 here. Under the project, we can create a multiple or a single application. So here I created application 1. Under the application 1, we are created a model, coder model, having 3 attributes, coder ID, coder name and email, associated with some data type to the specific attribute. Next is we need to create a super user. It is a built-in application provided by Django. The application provides admin interface for CRUD operation without writing the SQL statement. It reads the metadata from your model to provide a quick model-centric interface where trusted user can manage content of your site. So now we'll create the super user. To create a super user, go to the terminal, type the command Python manage.py create super user. You need to enter some information, like it asks for the username. So here I enter the username is admin. I keep the email address as a blank. I enter the password same as admin. Again, I'll enter the same password admin. It displays some warnings that the password is similar like a username. Okay, I want to keep it as it is so that the super user is get created. Once the super user is created, now we are going to interact with the admin application. So to interact with the admin application, we'll run the project first. So to run a project, Python manage.py run server. So once the project run, copy the URL and paste into the browser along with admin. So now I'm interacting with the admin interface. So in the admin, it asks for the username and password. So here I enter the username and password, admin, and then I log into the admin dashboard. So it displays only user and groups. So I'll again back to the coding to check why the customized model is not included here. So to register this model, go to the application. Under the application, admin.py is a file. Open that file and first of all, import our model here. So here I'll import the model first. So here I'll write from application name is app1. I want to import the model, and after that we need to mention the model name. So we already created a coder model. So that model we need to import first. After that, we need to write a line admin.site.register. And inside that, we need to write the name of our model class name. So let it be here. I'm going to write the coder model so that this particular model is registered under the admin panel. So I'll save the code. Again, I'll re-execute the project. And just go back to the browser and refresh the page again. You can find coder model is there. So name of our model is coder model. The S is included because there are multiple records that we can insert under the coder model. So if I click on this coder model, there is no any record is inserted. So I'll add some record into the database. So click on this add coder model plus coder ID, coder name and email. So I'll add the coder ID is 1. Coder name is let's say Gokul and email ID is let's say gokul@gmail.com. So either I can use save and add another record, save and continue editing and save. So I just save the record. So you can find that one of the object is created. So whenever you add any record, one record is considered as a one object. So I will add one more record. So let's say 2 and let's say coder name is let's say Patil and email ID is say patil@email.com. And again I'll save this record. So you can find the two objects are there, but which object is related to which information, it is not been displayed properly. So again I'll go back to the coding and now we'll modify a certain line of code over here so that we can access a certain record. So now there is a certain method __str__ method that we need to add under the model.py. So open the model.py file. Already we created the model. So now I want to access a specific information on admin dashboard. So here I'll write the method __str__ and we have to pass a parameter self because we are inside the class. And that particular method will return the string value. So self, and we have 3 attributes, coder ID, email and name. So I'm just accessing the record by using the coder name. So this modifications has been made and again I'll execute the code. Now I'll go back to the browser and just refresh the page. You can find now we are getting the record as per the name. So that is the use of this __str__ method to display the record properly. Here I can use any attribute, either I can use ID or email. Let me change again this. So I'll again go back to the coding. So instead of this coder name, I'll be modify with the coder ID. Coder ID. I just save the code and again go back to the browser and just refresh the page. You can find that record are display. according to their code rights. Similarly, you can display the record according to the mail ID wise. So likewise, these records has been displayed. Hope you understand that how to create a super user, then how to register the model, and then we can use __str_ method in Django to display the record properly. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome to Django series. In this video, I am going to discuss how to display database record to the user in a Django. So stepwise, I explain the complete process to the coding. So let us start the discussion. First step is to create a project. To create a project, go to the terminal and type a command django-admin start project, name of the project. So here I am going to use project 19. So once the project is created, then we'll go into the project folder, cd project 19, and then we'll create the application. Either we can create one application or multiple application. So to create a single application, we need to type a command in a terminal, Python manage.py start app, name of the application. So here name of the application is coder. Once we execute this command, the coder application is created under the project along with some inbuilt files are there. Next task is to register that application under setting.py file. So go to the project folder, open the settings.py file, then scroll that file and go to the install app. Already some inbuilt apps are there. We need to add the customized application name. Now we'll add our application under the install app. It means that this application is now registered. The next step is to create the model for this coder. Model is nothing but a database. Now go to the application and open the models.py file. Under this file, we are going to add a certain database. So to create a model, we need to create a class. So class, name of the class, or we can say database name, that is coder model, and we have to pass the parameter models.model. Then one by one we'll add an attribute. So the very first attribute is coder ID, and we can write the data type for that attribute. So data type I am going to use as an integer field for coder ID. Then second attribute I'll use the coder name, and data type for that attribute I am going to use character field. So if I want, I can send the particular length. So here I am going to use 111 as a max length for this model. Then I'll save this file. And now we need to tell the Django that we need to use this model. So now I'll type the command in a terminal, Python manage.py make migration. This command will convert model into query. So you can find under the coder migration, and then under the migration we will find a file 001_initial.py, which will create this coder model. So if I explore that migration folder, you can find this file is get created, which will convert this model into query. After that, we need to execute the command Python manage.py migrate, so that this complete tables are get migrated into the Django. I will first add record into the database. For that purpose, I'll type the command Python manage.py and we'll go into the shell prompt. Under the shell prompt, we'll add record inside this database. So I'm going to import first from order.models import. I'm going to import all the databases, but here we have only one. So that has been imported. After that, so now I'll create an object C1 is equal to coder_model, and then I'll write the parameters. The first parameter is coder ID, and that coder ID is equal to 1. Second parameter is coder name. That value is a string. So I'm going to use JP, and then I'm going to save this. Similarly, I'll add one more value. So I'm going to create a second object, and here I'm going to pass second ID. Name is, let's say, and I'm going to save this well. So these two records has been inserted into the relation. Now these two records we need to display onto the template. So further task is to create the views for the same. Now we'll back to again to the project. And let's say we'll now add the business logic for this model. Now go to the application and open the views.py. So in this file, we write the business logic. So when you write the business logic, we need to import the model first. Now we are accessing the specific model data in this view. So I'm going to write from order is application dot models, and I'm going to import all the models. So one by one, I'll write a function. So first of all, I want to display that information. So I write details that I want to display, and one of the parameter that I'm going to use a request. So under this function, I'm going to access all that information which is under the model. So I'm let's say coder info is an object which will access the data from the model. So name of our model is coder underscore model dot. It consists of all the data in terms of objects. So we are going to write objects dot. I want all the information. I'm not looking for any specific record. So here I'm using the all function. After that, I'm going to return this complete information. So it will be rendered on a specific page. So return request, and we'll create one template. So we'll add the template name here. Afterward, we'll add this template name. So here we complete our business logic for this particular function. So detailed information of all the records is been stored into the coder info, and then that coder info we need to render into the HTML page. Now we'll create the URL pattern for this view. So go to the project folder. Under the project, we have urls.py. So in this file, we need to add the application. So first of all, I'll add the include function, and then we'll update the URL patterns. So in the URL pattern, you need to add path, and let's say I'm using the coder application, which will include the URLs from coder application. So coder dot URLs. In this way, we registered the application URL into the project. Now go to the application folder, add the file urls.py, and copy the content of main project URL into the application URL. We'll remove some of the unwanted code. So this is the commented code that I'll remove. So I don't want to include any application here. So I'll remove that include function. As good as this path is also not required now. Now here I'll add some functions. So what particular functions here I'm going to use? So now we'll write from coder import views. So it will import all the views of coder in this URL pattern. So I'll add that pattern path, and here let's say coder details that I want to display, and let's say views dot name of the function. So name of the function is details. This way we'll write this application URL. Now application URL is complete, project URL is complete, along with business logic is completed. Now we need to create the template layer. So under the project, we are going to create the new folder templates. Under the template, we can create the new folder, that is application name folder. And under the coder application, we are going to create the HTML file. So here I'll write the index.html. So under the HTML page, we'll write a code. But before that, we'll need to register this template under the project. So go to the settings.py, go to the template, and here we need to add os.path.join. After the base directory, we need to set the template. So here I'm going to add the name of folder templates. Might be there is an error for OS, so we'll import that package into this file. So import OS, so that error is get resolved. Now template is registered under the settings.py. Now we'll write the code into the HTML file. So under the index.html, I'll write the HTML tags. So HTML, under that, I'm going to write head of the page. I'll write the head index. After that, I'm going to write body tag. And inside the body, I want to retrieve the record. So there are multiple records are there, and that records are get retrieved. For example, we have this record, let's say coder ID is 1, and coder name is CP, coder ID is 2, and coder name is R. So this information we want to render onto this HTML page. So we have to add some detailed code over here. So first of all, we need to check if the record is exist. So this way, percentage sign here, and if inside that, if let's say a record, if record is exist inside it, we can iterate all the records. So one by one, all the records are get iterated. So we use a for loop. For one by one, we'll iterate the record. So for R in the whatever the record, for R in record, then we are going to display that record. So R dot name of the attribute coder ID. Similarly, we are going to add R dot coder name. So these both record we are going to display one after another. And then we'll end this loop, that is inner loop, for loop, that is end for. Similarly, we have to end that if as well. We are going to end the if condition. If the record is not exist, then we'll have to use the else part. If there is no record is exist into my relation, then it should display a certain message, and that message is, let's say I'm going to write h2 tag, and it will display no record in the relation. So likewise, this HTML file is completed. After that, we need to modify now business logic file. So go to the views.py. As we mentioned the template name, so here we need to mention the specific name of the template. So under the coder application, we have index.html, and here we'll use a dictionary. That dictionary will hold all the objects. So as I said that it consists of all the records. So record is a variable that I use instead of coder info. So I create a dictionary of record which will carry the all record of coder and which will be displaying this HTML page. So now everything is done. So this information we can display to the user. So now we'll execute the project using the command Python manage.py run server. Copy this URL and paste into the browser. Under that we have coder application. Under the coder application we have function coder details. So we'll get an error. So that error is related to else did not forgot to register a load tag. So we make a certain mistake here. Just we need to log into the HTML page. So we just end this if and else is open. So if is followed by else, and we have to misplace this end if. So we'll have to put it over here. So now end if is placed at the proper location. If else followed by end if. So again we'll back to the browser. We'll just refresh this page. You can find this information has been printed. So we'll organize this information properly. So we'll go back to the coding again. And we'll be change this content like this. So after every record, I want break. So let the BR text so that the records are organized one after another. So again, I'll go back to the browser and refresh this page. So you can find this 1 and 2 is get printed along with this GPNR. So hope you understand that how the record is been displayed from the relation into the template. Thanks for watching this video. Welcome back to Django series. In this video, I am going to explain Django form. When we talk about forms, there are two types of forms in a Django. First one is model form and another one is form API. So start with the form API. It consists of a Django form. It can simplify and automate most of the portion of work that display the form. So instead of writing HTML code, we can use a Django form. that form will convert code into the HTML tag. So here I'll explain a complete process through the coding. So let us start the discussion. The very first step is to create a project. To create a project, we need to type a command in a terminal, django -admin start project. Project name is project1. Once the project is created, we are going to create one application under that project. So we'll go first under the project folder. So project1. And then under the project, we are going to create the application. So to create the application, we need to type a command Python manage.py start app and app name. So here I'll write app1. Once the app is created, we need to inject that app under the Django so that Django can recognize this particular customized application. So go under the project folder, open the setting.py file, and inside the file, we need to go to the install app. Under the install app, certain inbuilt apps are there. We need to add this customized application. So here I'll add app1. App1. Now Django can easily recognize this particular application. After that, we need to create the template. So go to the project folder, create a new folder template. Under the template, we are going to mention the new folder as an application. So here my application is app1, and under that application, I'm going to create the HTML file. So index.html. So here I write certain sample code HTML. Under that HTML tag, I'm going to write head, and the head, I'm going to add the body tag. So afterward, we'll add the certain things under the HTML page. So this template is ready. Now we need to do the setting of this template. So go again to the settings.py and go to the template tab. And under that, we are going to add the directory. So the directory that we have created under the project is template. So we are going to add this directory os.path.join, and it are going to be, and it will add under that base directory. So base dir, name of the folder, templates. So we are getting the error for OS. So first of all, we need to import this package at the starting of the file. So here I am going to import OS so that that error is yet resolved. You can find there is no error now for the template. So template setting is also completed under the project. Now next step is to create a Django form. So go under the application folder, and under the application folder, we need to create the file forms.py. Now we'll need to modify this forms.py. So under that file, we are going to write from Django, we are going to import the form package. Now we'll create the class which consists of form attributes. So let's say class, and here I'll write app registration, and under that app registration, I'm going to create the form object. Now we'll create this attribute. So first of all, I'll create name of the attribute, and it comes under the forms, and it consists of character kind of data inside it. Another one is email, it having forms.email field. So likewise, these two attributes I want to display to the user form. The next step is to display that form to the user. So what we need to do, we need to write the business logic for this form. So go under the app, open the views.py file, and now we need to modify this view.py file. First of all, we import this form from .forms. We are going to import the app registration. So this particular form first will import into the views.py. Now we'll write the function to display the data to the user. So display form is a function having the parameter as request. We'll hold all the data into the object of fm, and we are going to call the app registration. After that, we are going to return all the data to the HTML page. So return render request, and then we are going to pass the template name. So already we created application 1 under the template folder, and having the HTML page is index.html. Whatever the data is present under the form object, we are going to send through dictionary. So form fm, so that data will be sent to the dictionary. So this is all about the business logic. Once we write the business logic, then we need to write the template. So already we created index.html having certain tags inside it. Now we are going to modify that dictionary content over here. So I'm going to write form. So this will display that form to the user. Now we have to write the URL for this particular project. So first of all, I'm going to do the setting under the project. So open the project, go to the urls.py, modify this file. Now very first step under this file. So first of all, we need to add the include function because we have to include a particular application URL over here. So under that, we are going to write path and we have to include name of the application URL. So app1.urls. So this particular URL has been set to the application. So copy this content and create a new file under the application. So now I'll open the application and create the new file under the application urls.py. So it will take care of all the business logic of this application. I'll paste the content of the main URL into this application URL. Now some part of that URL is not, some functionality of that url.py is not required. So I'm going to remove certain part. And now here I'm going to write my index page. So before that, I'm going to import the view. So from application 1, I'm going to import the views. And I'm import the views dot display form. So it will display the form to the user. Now the URL has been set. Now I'll execute the project to test the functionality. So to run a project, we need to type a command Python manage.py run serve. Once the project execute, copy this URL and paste into the browser. And we are going to execute the index page. So we can find name and email has been properly displayed onto this HTML page. But there are different rendering form options are there under the Django that we'll discuss. So I'll again go to the coding. And now I'll explain what sort of modification we can do as a form rendering option. So go to the index.html. We just write here only form. So there are different rendering options. Suppose I want to render all the data, I'm going to use a form. Suppose I want to render that data as a table, then what I can write? Form dot as table. So that data will be rendered as a table format. I'll just save the code and again go back to the browser and I'll just refresh the page. We can go to the source of this page and you can find a table is get created, trntd for this particular content. Again, I'll go back to the code and I'll make the modification. Instead of as a table, I want to wrap as a paragraph. So I'm going to write dot as underscore p. I'll save this and again go back to the browser and I just refresh this page. You can find now this has been properly organized with a paragraph. So you can find now data is organized properly. So in this way, we can display the form and the content of that form. Thanks for watching this video. Hello and welcome back to Django tutorial. In the last video, I had talked about how to create a form using API. Now I will talk about how to do the validation of Django form. Before going to start, you should watch the previous video so that you can easily understand the Django form validation. Validation is a process to validate data entered by the user in a web application. So before going to start a discussion, just I'll brief up about what we discussed in the last video. First of all, we have created a project. I'm going to name is project 1. Under the project, we have created application 1. Once we create the application 1, we need to register this application under the project. So open the project folder and go to the setting.py. Under the setting.py file, we go to the install app and then we add the customized application. Once we add the customized application, Django can easily understand that the application is get registered. Once the application is get registered, then we need to set the URL for this application. So to set the URL for this application, open the urls.py file under the project and include that app1.url under the urls.py in the main project. After that, we created a template folder which consists of the application folder. Under the application folder, we are having the index.html. So we write a simple form code over here so that display all the controls of the form under the HTML page. After that, under the application, we have forms.py, which consists of these two controls in the form, name and email. To process this name and email, we write a business logic under the view.py. So under the view.py, we have a display form function, which will be display all the content of the form under the forms.py, and it will be rendered to this index.html. So now I'll execute the project using the command python manage.py run server. Once the project execute, we'll get an URL. Copy this URL and paste into the browser. Now you have to execute this display data URL. Now this form contain name and email. I will get submit part. Now we have to modify certain code under the project so that we can validate this name and email. Again, we'll go back to the project code. Now what sort of modifications are required? One by one, we'll discuss that modification. The very first thing is that we need to open the application and go to the forms.py. Under the forms.py, we have to add a clean method. We can validate the Django form using clean method. Clean method consists of different methods like validate, run validators. If at any time, any of the method read validation error, then validation stop and the error is raised. This method returns a clean data, which is then inserted into a clean data dictionary of the form. Now let us start the discussion through coding. So first of all, I write the clean method under the class app registration. So here I write the clean method having the attribute is self to the method. Under the function, we can write clean data is equal to super clean. We clean the super class. After that, we are going to change the name value. So what are the name data is there? Under this self dot clean data. So we are looking for the name as code as email data dot clean data. Precisely we are looking for an email. Once we get this data into these variables, then we are going to validate this data. So by using if condition, if I'm going to check the length of this name data, if it is less than 3, then it will raise an error. Using the raise method, we can display the error. We can raise an error under the forms dot validation error, and then we can pass a message. Let's say the name should contain more than 3 characters. This message will be displayed to the HTML page. Similarly, we are going to handle one more error, like if length of my email data is, let's say, less than 8, then it will raise an error. Forms dot validation error, and then it will display the message. The email should contain more than 8 characters. So likewise, these two errors have been handled under the form.py. Then we'll go under the views.py and we'll have to modify the function. Previously, it won't check whether data has been accessed through the get or post method. Now we'll check the data by using both the method, get and post. So under the display form, we are going to write if request dot method is equal to post. Then what we need to do? If that request is post, then we'll get the data into the object. Let's say fm is equal to app registration, and whatever the data will process through the request.post. then we need to validate this information. So if that object is valid, then we are going to print either data or any particular message like data is validated, along with, if I want to print the content of the object, we can print it. But if that request is not post, it means it is get, then let it be, we are going to just print the content of that object. And afterwards, it will render all the information onto this index.html using the object form. So this modification is required under the view.py. Now we'll go to the HTML page, index.html, and we'll modify this tag over here. So let it be, first of all, we'll add a form tag, form, and I'm going to perform any action, then we can write it onto a writer method, either get or post. So here I write post method, and inside the form, I'm going to just copy this content. That's it. One more thing here I'll add, that is CSRF token. Underscore token. So these sort of modifications we need to do under the HTML page. Now everything is added into the project. Now we'll execute the project and check whether we are getting the correct output or not. We'll just copy this URL and paste into the browser. And we are trying to execute the display URL or display data URL, having the two attributes, name and email. First of all, I enter the correct information, Gokul, and that same mail ID is also gokul@gmail.com, and I'll try to submit it. So again, we'll go back to code to check whether the data is correctly inserted or not. So you can find Gokul@gmail is there, and for name, Gokul is there. So both the information is correctly displayed over here. We organize this information afterward properly. I'll again go back to the browser. I'll enter the incorrect information. So let it be, I just insert go only. I'll try to submit it. So here I'll display the message. The name should contain more than 3 characters. I'm not going to enter only 3 or less than 3 characters under the name. Similarly, we can validate email as well. So again, I'll back to code. And I'll do a little modification under the views.py. So instead of printing the complete object, here I'll display a proper way, like I just want to print a clean data of name, let's say clean data. I want to display name, as well as I want to display the email ID properly. fm dot clean data. The data looking is email. I'll just save the code and I'll again go back to the browser and I'll again refresh the page and enter the information. Let's say Gokul, and I'm going to print Gokul@email.com. I'll just submit it and I'll go back to code to verify whether that data is correctly into the variable. So we can find Gokul@gmail data is validated. So now the data is displayed properly. Previously it was an unorganized format. Now it is properly organized so that we can understand a proper data has been validated under the forms. Hope you understand that how the data is validated in a Django form. Thanks for watching this video. Hi, welcome back to Django tutorial. In this video, I am going to explain built-in validator and custom validator. Till this point, I have created a form but not validated with the proper input. Now time to validate the form using inbuilt and user-defined way. So here I explain the complete process how to validate the form for the coding. So let us start the discussion through coding. First of all, you need to create a project. So type in a terminal django-admin start project, name of the project. So here I give the name of project is custom validator. Once the project is created, go inside the folder of the project, that is cust validator, and then create one application. To create an application, type a command python manage.py start app and name of the application. So just I write the name of application is coder. So coder application will create under the project custom validator. So Django need to install this application under the setting.py file. So go under the project folder, open the setting.py file and scroll down till the install app. And then few inbuilt apps are already there under the install app. Now we need to add a custom application. So name of the custom application is coder. So that application I am going to add under the project. Now Django realize that this application is get installed under the project. Now create a new folder, template under the project. Under the template, we can create the application folder, that is a coder. And under this coder application, we can create a different HTML pages. Now here I'll create one of the file, that is index.html. Now the template is also set under the project. Now we need to register this template under the project. So go to the setting.py file again, and first of all import the OS. First I'll import the package OS, and now register this template. To register the template, go to the template tab and then go under the directory. Under the directory list, we can type os.path.join, and then we can join that directory after the base directory. So name of the directory is a template. So in this way, we can register the template under the setting.py file. After that, we need to create a table which consists of certain attribute that will render into the HTML page, or whatever the data user submit on HTML page will store on the model. So go to the application, under the application open the model.py file and create the model. Now I create a class coder model. Inside that models.model. I'll take some attributes under this model. So I am write one of the model attribute is name. Models.data type of that attribute is, let's say, character field. We can set a certain size. Let's say I want to set 55 size to that attribute, that is a name. Then I'll write the designation of my coder, that is junior, senior, likewise. Again I use a character field, and if I want I can mention the size of this attribute, that is the max length. So again I'm looking max length is 55 for this attribute. I'm also looking the department of that coder. So I'm going to create the third attribute, department, and again I'm going to create the data type of that attribute is character. Doing max length, I'm using same length, that is 55. Also I'm looking the email of my coder. Let's say models dot. Now I'm using email, so I'm using the email field for this model. Now once this particular model is get created, we need to add this model in our database. So we need to execute a certain command. So again we have to type command python manage.py make migration. It will convert our model into the SQL query. Once the model is get converted into SQL query, then we can migrate this model into the database. We need to type a command python manage.py migrate. So that all the databases get migrated into the SQL. So this model is successfully added into the project. Now we need to create a form. So to create a form, we need to add one of the file under the application. Under coder application, I'm going to add a new file, that is forms.to. Now I'll create a form for a user. To create a form, we need to import the package form from Django. We are going to import the form package. Now I'll create the form. So to create a form, you can write a class Name of your form is, let's say, coder form. Coder form. Forms dot. And then what are the attribute you want to display onto the form, that you can use over here. Already we created a 4 attribute under the model, so same attribute I'm going to use for this form. So name is my first attribute that I'm going to use. So name is equal to forms dot character field. We can mention the size of this attribute also here. I'll keep it empty. Then I'm going to use the designation, second attribute on the form, forms dot, let's say it's again character field. Then department, forms dot, again I'm using the same data type for this department, and I'm going to use one more attribute, that is email. Forms dot email field. So now these 4 attributes are created under the forms.py. The form is also created under the project. Now next task is to write the business logic for this application. To write a business logic, we need to go to the views.py file, and now we have to use the functions and method to perform a certain operation. First of all, under this view.py, we need to import my form. So from dot forms, I'm going to import the form. You know that form is coder form. This form will get imported. Now I'll write a function to display the data. So coder details is my function name, and parameter is request. And now I write a certain logic over here for this function. So if my request dot method is equal to post. We know that there are 2 methods, one is post and other is get. If I posting a certain data through the form, then this condition will get true. So if my request dot method is equal to post, I'll create the object, that is fm is equal to whatever the data under that coder form, it should be pick. So request dot whatever the data is post. Request dot post. Also we are going to check if that object is valid. If it is valid, then we can take, let's say, name is equal to object dot clean data method name, clean data, and field name, so name. So that will be stored under this nm variable. Similarly for designation, I'll use des, and I'm going to use, let's say, fm dot clean data, and again the attribute name, that is the designation. Similarly for third attribute is, let's say, department. So dept is equal to fm dot clean data department. So that this variable holds the department information. And last one is email. So here I use only em, that is email. So fm is object clean data. I'm going to access the email in this variable. So if I want, I can print this information. After that, if this is valid, this is going to happen, else if this is not true. So if this is not true, means if the request is not post. If the request is not post, it goes into the else part. Now under the else part, we are going to just simply write fm is equal to coder details, coder form information has been stored. And then finally we are going to return render request and the template name. So template name is index, so application name is, let's say, coder, and my HTML page is index.html, and whatever the data it will return, I'll store that data into the dictionary. So let it be, I'll create a variable form, and this object data will be stored into the fm. So the business logic is complete. Once the view.py file is complete, now I'll write a certain code under the HTML file. So go to the template folder and open that HTML file. So index.html. So initially it is empty, so I'll add certain HTML tag inside it. So HTML, under the HTML I'm going to write, let's say, body tag. Under the body tag I'm just going to use that form that I want to display. Form action, that form is empty, and I'm going to use method is equal to post. Under the post method inside the form we are going to write the tsrf token. I already discussed about the tsrf token, so if you're not aware of it, watch my previous video so that you can understand what exactly the csrf token and purpose of this csrf token. Inside that I want to render the content of form. So form dot I want as paragraph. Then we are going to take certain input also, that once the user will submit, that data is get posted. So input is, let's say, input type is submit, and the value is also submit. So we need to close this input. This way HTML form is also get designed. Now we need to write the URLs for application and project. Now to save the URL, you need to go to the project folder, open the url.py. So inside the url.py file, first of all we have to include the application URL. So under the URLs you can find the function name include, and then we can set the path to the application. So I'll add one more path if this path is empty, and let it be I'm going to use the include function and order.urls. I am pointing from this project URL. Now this URL file is not exist under the application, so open the application folder and create that new file, that is urls.py. I'll copy the content of main project urls.py and paste into the application URL. Remove some of the content from that file. So this commented part I'll remove first. I don't want to include any application under the application, so I'll remove this include function, and I'm not looking the admin section from this application as well, so I'm going to remove this admin path as well. Now my task is to add the functionality for the file. Now under this url.py I need to import the view functions. From name of application is, let's say, coder, we need to import the views, and you can write the name of view, let's say I'm going to use index view, and also call the function of the views.py. So views dot name of the function. So what are the function you write under that views.py, we can just access that function, that is coder details. So if you open that views.py file, you can find name of the function is coder details. So in application URLs you can mention the same name of the function. If you want, you can mention the name of URL as well if you want, otherwise you can as it is this part. So now URL has also been set under the application and project URL. Now first of all I'll execute this project to test the functionality, whether till this point it execute all the functionality correctly or not. ls python to run a project we need to type a command python manage.py run servers. Now we'll get the URL, copy this URL and paste into the browser. Now we have to hit the index part, so I just type the index. Now you can find this name, designation, department, email has been displayed properly, but still it is not validated by using either custom validation or inbuilt validation. So now we'll try both the things. Now we'll try both the validation through the coding. So I'll again back to the coding. Now I'll make the modification. Now watch this part carefully, that how to perform the validation under the application. So we already created a forms which consists of these 4 different parts: name, designation, department and email. Now we need to import one of the package which handles the validation. From django.core import validators. So this particular package handle all the validators under the Django. Suppose I want to validate name, designation, department and email. So now I'll use that method of the Django. So under the name attribute, we have mentioned character field, and now we are going to validate the things. So validators is equal to list of validator we can handle here. Validators dot, we can mention a different validations. Suppose I want to mention the max length, mean length, or other parameters also we can handle it using this max length validator. Here I need to mention the name. Suppose if I'm using, let's say 6 character I'm going to handle, that is the max length is 6. If the user enter more than 6 character, then it won't be allowed to user enter that input. So this part I'm going to just preserve it. This part I'm going to just save it, and I'll just again run the project, and I'm trying to submit the data with this validation. Now the project is run successfully. Go back to the browser and refresh the page and enter the details. Suppose I'm enter some more characters instead of 6. Here I just mention the sum. Here I enter some valid information, and I'm trying to submit the information. It ensures that this value is most 6 character, but it contains 14 character. So this validation is automatically checked. So I'll go back to my functionality. So here we write validators max length validator 6. So user cannot enter more than 6 characters. If user trying to enter it, it get validated through this inbuilt validator, or we can say inbuilt package is their validator. Through that we can handle this validation. Now second part is custom validation. So without using this package or without using this inbuilt method, also we can handle these validations. Now we'll try that custom validation. To perform the custom validation, so what I'll write, I here write a certain method first. So let it be, here I write the method. I want a name start with character G. I'll write a method which start the name with the G. So particular value I'm going to pass, whether that value start with the G or not as an input. And we are going to check if the value of 0th character is not equal to G, then it will raise the validation. So what particular error that we want to raise, we can write over here. So it will raise the form validation. Forms validation error. Validation error, and we can mention the particular message. The name start with G only. So likewise, we can mention the error in the function. So here I will custom validation. So I write a function name start with G. So let it be, we need to make a certain modification. So I'm not going to use this inbuilt validator. So I'll just remove that max length validator, complete. Now validator is equal to, inside this list, I'm going to write the name of function. So my name of function is start with G. The name of the function should start with. So now that validators will handle this particular function. So just save the code and again go back to the browser. Now we enter the information. Let's say I enter Gokul, decision is lead. Let's say department is sort, and let's say email is Gokul@email. So it won't raise any kind of error because name start with J. Suppose I enter any other information, let's say Praveen. I'll keep all the information as it is and I'll try to submit it. I'll get an error. Name should start with J only. So likewise, we can handle the custom validation and the built-in validators using Django. Hope you understand all the content. Still, if you have any doubt, you can write in the comment section. So I'll be more happy to solve your doubt. Thanks for watching this video. Hello, welcome back to Django tutorial. I hope you like the part 1 content. So now I will start with the model form and a template design. Let us start the discussion through coding. So first of all, I'll create a model. To create a model, go to the application and open the models.py. Under the models.py, we can create a class for model. So here I'll write the model name. So model name is, let's say, coder model. I'll pass the parameter is models.model. model. Inside that, we can take a parameter. So what are the parameter that we want to preserve under the database? That will take one by one. So first parameter is name, and then I'll assign a specific data type to this name. So I'll assign the character field to the name, and also I'm going to write the maximum size for that particular attribute. So let it be, if I write 255 is the maximum size for that attribute. Second parameter, I'll use designation. For the designation, I'm going to use again character field, and again I'll set a certain size, that is max length. So here I'll use, let's say, 122. I'll use another attribute, let's say email, and for the email I'm going to use email field. Also I'm going to set the maximum length for the email, that is 122, and add one more parameter is year of experience to the developer. So year of experience, and I'm going to use models dot, it's integer value, so we are going to use an integer field for that, and there is no need to set the maximum set for the integer attribute. So these are the attributes that I'll use under my model, and I'll write one more method here that will return the string under that class, and whenever this constructor will return, we'll get one of the attribute. Like I'm looking for the name of the developer. If I want to organize the data in terms of ascending, descending order, then we can write, let's say, class meta, and inside that we can write the attribute that we want to order. Suppose I want to do the ordering of year of experience. I want to organize my data in terms of year of experience. So here I'll write the attribute. So the data is organized in terms of increasing order. Now in this way, we can create a specific model for the coder. Once the model is created, then we need to convert this model into query. To convert the model into query, we need to type a command Python manage.py, make migration. So it will migrate all the attribute and convert it to the query. Now this coder model is get converted into query. Now we have to execute this query and store the data into the SQLite. So for that purpose, we need to type a command Python manage.py, migrate. Now the data is get migrated into our database. Now this is all about the model. Now next task is to create a template. Whenever user send any data, how the data will be stored into the DB, or what are the data is stored into DB, how we can show to the user. That we'll see to the coding. Now we'll create a template. First we'll create a base template for a complete project. So to create a base template, we'll add certain CSS and JavaScript. For that purpose, we'll go to the browser. Then we'll go to the Bootstrap site. After the Bootstrap site, we'll go to the documentation and we'll take a template. So if you scroll that file, you can find, we can include the Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript. So I'll just copy this content and we'll be paste into the base.html. So we'll go back to our coding and I'll just remove this code and I'll paste it, the Bootstrap content. Now you can find some Bootstrap code has been copied into the base.html. So under that, we'll modify a certain things like the title that we want to change. So this is my code details that I want to display. Then initially, I just display a message. This is coder base page. We'll modify this content afterwards. Now this page is get a little bit modified. So I'll go to the browser and I'll check the output. So just I refresh this page, we can find the title is get changed. Now next part is to design the menu for this page.html. So again go to the Bootstrap site. So scroll that file and you can find a navbar is there. So just copy the content of navbar. So we'll go to the navbar. And there are multiple examples are there. From that we can take any one of the example. So for example, I'll take this very simple one. I'll just copy this. And I'll paste this into my base.html. So go back to the coding. And now inside our body tag, we are going to paste this now. And I'll open the browser and just I refresh the base.html. So you can find this particular navbar is get added. We want this message after this navbar. So we'll make a modification So first I'll keep this navbar, and after the navbar, I'm going to add this h1, and I'll go back again to browser and just refresh the page. I can find the top navbar content has been added. We'll have to change these titles. Instead of navbar, we are displaying the message coder details, and here we add some link, that is add coder or any other particular link that we are going to add in this navbar. So this is very fundamental things about the base.html. So what are the content I want to add on the base.html? So I'll keep it into the block content. So go back again into the coding. This h1 will be add under the block content. So I'm going to write block content. For this h1 tag, I'm going to close that block content. You can write end block content. This is about the block content. So I can go back to the browser, and I'm going to refresh this page. So now this page is completely ready to add the. If you just scroll that navbar, you can find the certain things are there. That is this navbar will be replaced with the order info. I'll add the link afterwards. Link is also there. Drop down is there. I don't want a drop down on that page, so I'm going to remove that drop down part. I don't want the items on the drop down, so I'm going to remove this complete li tag. Just I'm going to back to the browser. Just refresh the page. You can find order info home link disable, and this is the search bar that under the navbar. Link I'm going to modify with the add coder. Add the link afterwards, so I'll add the URL afterwards. Likewise, we are going to modify one by one all the details of this base.html. So in this way, the base.html is get designed. Now we are going to design the index.html page for our project. Now first we'll create the index.html page under the template folder. So we'll create a new file, and new file name is index.html. On this index.html, I want to display all the coder information, as good as if user want to add or update the user details, that also we can do that. So index.html will design here first. So first of all, we need to extend our base template. So to extend our base template, we know that we are going to write the extend. Inside that, we need to mention the page that we want to extend. So we have under the coder application, and we already designed the base.html. So this particular page will be extend to this index.html. Inside that, we are going to add the block content. So block content, this is my end block content. So inside that, we are going to design this index.html. So first of all, I'm going to just display the h1 tag, that is a title, and title of the page, I want the list of coder details. You can write list of coder. So this is the message displayed into the h1 tag. Then we are going to add the container. Inside the container, we are going to add the rows. Inside the row, I'll take one more div tag. Let's say div class is the total number of columns I'm looking. So let's say I'm looking the 11 columns inside the page. Then I'm going to add the card. Inside the card, I'm going to add the body of that card. And now we are going to display the content in terms of table. We'll take one table. That table will take care of all the data. So inside the table, I'm going to display heading of the table, that is T head. That heading consists of name of the coder, along with some information like name of the coder, then I'm looking designation, you can take all the content that you have been added into the model. Then we can take email, along with we can take a year of experience. Likewise. Okay. So this information I want to display onto the index.html. What are the data inside my model that is going to be iterated onto this index.html? Let's see this afterward. Now, after completion of the header part, then we are going to add the body part of the table. So in the body part, we have to iterate all the data that you want to display from the database. So I'll take one by one all the attribute information. Initially, I just take the static data. Afterwards, I'll write the loop and iterate the data from the model. So if I'm looking, let's say name of the developer, or we can say coder is, let's say Gokul. Likewise, one by one, we are going to add all the details from the database. So this information that I can display the index. So year of experience is, let's say 4 years, and so on. This is end of the body part of the table. After that, if I'm looking at certain update or delete information as well in front of that user, that also we can add it. So inside that body part, we are going to add the update and delete information. So I'm going to add one more heading, and inside that we are going to take, let's say, delete button. One more, I'll design the content afterwards. So I'll add the link URL over here afterwards at the time of implementation. This is just the design part. So this is the index.html. So to view the index.html, we'll go to the views.py, and already we just set the base.html. Instead of that, I'm going to change that is the index, because we want to write the class base view. So that's why I'm not writing the another view for index.html. So just save this code, and we'll go to the browser and just refresh this page. We can find the information is display list of coder, but not in the appropriate format. It's just like an unorganized. Now this information is not been organized properly, but the content what we are looking is been on the page. Similarly, we are going to now design the page, add coder HTML. So add.html is already there. So we'll have to add the content on this add coder HTML. So first of all, I need to extend our template. So to extend the template, we need to write extends, and we are under the coder application. We are going to extend the base.html. Then we are going to add the block content. Then finally, once we add the data, we'll write the end block content. We write the end block content. Once we extend that base.html, now we'll design the page which will be add the coder details. So first I'll just display the heading of that page, add coder details. Inside that, we'll take the container, container. Inside the container, we are going to take the euro. Then I'll take one more div tag and add some style sheet. As I'm going to take few columns. Looking 6 column. Next is team card. Also, we are going to add one more class here, bg info. Inside that team, Going to add one more new. Now this will display form content. So what are the data that we want to add from user? That will be read from the form. So this is all about I will copy add.html and rename that file with edit.html. We will do some modification afterwards at the time of implementation. So this is all about the design part of the presentation layer. I will add the model in the dashboard. So for that purpose, we need to first open the admin.py under the application, and we are going to use from.models import coder model, and then we are going to register that model, the admin part, admin.site.register, and we are going to add the model name, that is the coder model. So once this model is get registered, then we'll create a super user to check whether we can see the content of the model. So we can create a super user by using the command Python manage.py, create super user. We are going to give the username as admin. Okay, sorry, take one more username, admin1. I'm going to keep the email address blank and password is admin1. Is same password, admin1. Content. So that user is get created in the admin1. And so now execute the project. Start URL server. And go back to browser. Now I want to execute the admin part. Just enter the admin. Here I enter the username password. So already I created a super user admin1. Having the password is admin1. Just log in. You can find the coder model is there, which initially won't contain any kind of data. So now we'll write the class-based view to add the details of the coder, as good as we can display that coder details on the presentation. Thanks for watching this video. Hello and welcome back to our YouTube channel. Hope you are enjoying this series. Now I will use all learn concept to design one project that you can add in your resume. So before going to start the discussion, I'll just give you an overview of the project. The project is Portfolio Resume website, which consists of all the details of ourselves. In that, this is our homepage, which consists of name and the details. In the About Us section, we'll add the details of the user, what type of profile they have, email address, phone number, and the details of the user. What kind of services that we have performed, like what kind of skill set we have, like web design, web development, and all other stuffs. What kind of project we have handled, how many years of experience, how many clients I have handled, and so on. These kind of details we can add under the workday, and so on we can add the pages. So this complete website we are going to design using the help of the Django framework. So let us start the discussion through coding. Now before going to start, if you don't know how to install Python and VS Code, you can watch my series of Python tutorials so that you can able to install Python and VS Code. Now we'll start the discussion of our project. So first of all, we need to create the virtual environment. To create a virtual environment, type the command in terminal Python -m virtual environment and name of the virtual environment. Here I'll use the same name of virtual environment. So virtual environment is create under our project folder. Here you can find virtual environment, which consists of multiple folders and the files. Once the virtual environment is created, we need to activate that virtual environment. To activate the virtual environment, we need to type virtual environment. Under that, we need to go inside the script, and then we are going to activate the virtual environment. Now you can see the virtual environment is yet activated. Now you can install the Django under this virtual environment. If you want to install a specific version, then you can mention the name of the version. Like pip install Django equal, you can mention the specific version of the Django. Now you can see the Django is installed properly. You can verify under the script folder, you can find the Django admin is get installed. Now you can start creating the folder for a project. You can start the project with the command django admin start project, name of the project. So here I am going to create a project portfolio under this YT project. Now the folder is created. Once the folder is created, which consists of many inbuilt files. I already explained this file in my introductory section. So I'm not going to explain again each and every file purpose in the project. Once this portfolio project is created, we can go inside the project folder, portfolio, and then we can run the project. Python manage.py run server, and we'll get one URL. If I just click on this URL, you can find a project running success. Won't consist of any kind of pages right now, but initial setup is ready for the project. I'll again go back to the coding part and I'll stop the execution of project. And now inside the project, we are going to create one application which hold all the details of the user. So to create the application, we need to type a command python manage.py start app, name of the application. So here I am going to use my app is the name of application. Once the application is created, then we need to set this application, or we can say we need to inject this application under the Django project. To inject that application, open the project folder, go inside the setting.py file, scroll down the file and go to the install apps. Under that, we can add our customized application. These all are the inbuilt application of Django. Now we are going to add here our customized application. So my app is the customized application that been injected into the Django project. Next step is to create a template folder under the project. So I'm going to create a new folder, templates. Under the template, we are going to create the application folder. So my app is the name of application, and under that we are going to add the HTML pages. So here I'm going to add, let's say, index.html, which consists of certain type of code. Let's say this is the boilerplate, and I'm going to add, let's say, h1 tag. Inside that, right, this testing page. Now this template is get created under the template folder. Now we need to do the setting of this template under our project. So open the again project folder, go to the setting.py file, and we need to modify this template directory. So here we are going to add the path of this template directory. Before that, we need to import the operating system OS package inside the project. Import OS so that we can set the path for template directory. Inside this directory, we need to write os.path.join. After the base directory, we need to add the templates. So this templates is going to match with this template. Now this setting is also completed for the template, and template is the same under the setting.py. Next thing is that we need to display this message to the browser. So for that purpose, we need to write the views under the application. So go inside the my app and open the views.py. Under the views.py, we can write a view. So I just write one view here, that is definition function index having parameter as request, and that function is going to return render this request along with the HTML page. Index.html page gets written by this text function. So once the function has been written, now we need to write the URL pattern for this function. We need to go inside the project first, open the urls.py. Here we need to add the application first. So I'm going to write one function here, so which will include our application. I'm going to add the path. I want to include my app.urls. And just copied this content and go into the application There is no urls.py here. So I am going to create new file having name is urls.py. Copied the content from main URLs to application URL, and I don't want to include any application under the application. Just we need to import the views from my app import views, and we are going to add the views. Let's say I want to display index function this URL pattern. So views dot index. We can also write the name is equal to index. Now this URL pattern also has been set under the project and application. Once the URL pattern has been set under the application and the project, we are going to execute the project to verify the index page is working or not. Python manage.py run server. Just hit the URL. Okay, we are having mistake under the main project URL. We are completed, but we are not save that project file. We just save the file and it worked fine. So open that link and we are getting the error template does not exist. So we'll go back to the coding again and we'll modify views.py. So here template path has been set, but under template we have my app application. This page is exist under my app index.html. So again, I'll just refresh the page and you can find the message is been displayed, the testing. Now the link has been set properly, URL has been set, template is also been set properly. Now we are going to design this HTML page for our portfolio website. Next is to design a base page for our project. We'll download some free template and we'll integrate into the project. So we'll go to the browser and we'll go to the bootstrapmed.com. Having some free templates are there. Here I am going to go under the template section. There are different categories of template, out of which we have to design a personal portfolio site. So we'll go into the personal and there are free templates are there. You can pick any one of the template. So in my case, I am going to pick this template. It's a free download. I just download the template. Click on the free download. The complete template is get downloaded in the system. Once the template is get downloaded, then we'll extract some of the content and then we'll copy that content into the project, and according to the requirement, we'll modify the content. So we'll go into the folder now. So this is the dev folio folder. Just extract this folder. Now you can find the folder consists of asset folder and some of the pages. So asset folder consists of CSS, images, JavaScript and other things. These are the important things that we require to integrate into the project. We'll copy this asset folder and paste into the project along with the index page. Now we'll go to the coding part and we are going to copy that folder and paste into the project. Where I'm paste the folder which consists of CSS, image, JavaScript and all other things. Once the folder is copied into the project, then we need to design the index pages. So I'm going to open that index page here. Open file. So all the content of this index page we need to copy it into our project. Now I'm going to select all the content, copy it and paste into our index.html. So I'm going to just modify our index page, and now the index page consists of all the content from the base index page. So this part has been complete. Now I'm going to execute the project by running the command python manage.py run server. Now we'll copy this URL and paste into the browser. Open another tab and I'll just paste this link. You can find the index page is there, but the CSS, JavaScript and images has been not been. Next task is to apply that CSS, image, JavaScript onto this index.html. So again go back to the coding and now we need to modify this particular index.html. Basically title we need to change. So here I'm going to change the title of the project. It's, let's say, portfolio project. I'm just giving the title portfolio. Then these are the icons, CSS file we need to modify. So whenever we modify anything, we need to first set the setting of the static file. So go to the project folder, go to the setting.py. You can scroll the file and you can find static path has been set, static URL path has been set. Now we have to just modify some things, like we need to set the static directory to a specific location. So we need to add, just copy this, and I'm going to modify static dir static directory, and the similar thing that we did for template, here we can do. Let's say os path join after base directory, we want this static folder directory. You can mention the name of that directory, that is a stat. After that, we need to set the static files directory. So we are going to write static files underscore dirs. Static file directory is equal to list of the static directory. So list of static directory we are going to set for the static file dir. So this is the setting for static file. Once the setting is complete, then we'll go into the folder of asset under the static, which consists of CSS. So this is the main CSS of our project. So that CSS need to be applied on the index.html. So I'm going to open our index.html page. Now in the index page, first of all, we have to add the load static, so that all the static content will be loading to the page, load static. And after that, one by one, we'll modify the things. So this link we need to modify like this. So bracket, under that, we are having static part, and in the static part, we need to resize the path. So this path we have to update. So under the static, this is the particular link we need to set. This will set the particular. So copy this part and replace with the href. This part is been completely replaced. Similarly, this part we can replace. Now I'm going to replace. Similarly, all the path we need to replace like this, so that the static links has been applied to this index.html. So I just modify all this with the same way that I did in the favicon. Once all the links get modified, then we'll have to go to the browser and again refresh the page. So now I refresh this page. Now we can find all the CSS, JavaScript applied, but still images has been not been modified because some of the links are still not in the proper format. Now we'll modify this page according to our requirement. We can modify these links, we can modify this data, we can link the pages to the different link. Here just in single page the things are there. We'll have to design a separate pages for each and every link, so that we can organize the content. I will modify one by one all the things. In the home page, I want only this much part. So I'll keep it only this part in the home page. I'll also design one base page that is a basic template for all other pages that will be common. So this upper part is common for all the pages and the footer is common. Rest of the things will be modified according to the requirement. So we'll go back to the coding again. Now I'm going to design a base template which will inherit all other pages content. So I'll go under the template folder and I'll create a new file having name is base.html. And I'm going to copy all the content from index and will be pasted into the base.html. Out of which I'll remove some of the content which is not common for all pages. This base.html content only common content for all other pages. So first of all, we'll start from the head tag. So title will be changed for each and every page. So here I'm going to add one block content, block title. This modification is completed. After that, we'll come inside the body section. I want to change this name on the index page. So this is common for all other pages. So here I write portfolio will point into the index page. And these are the links we'll update afterwards. A few links are not required, that will remove immediately. So let it be this drop down list is not required for me. I'll remove this part. This part is also there. And let it be, if I don't want work or blog, I also can remove this. I'll remove this one more link, it's not required in mine. These are the links which we use in our project. After that, hero section consists of title and the details, whether the user is a programmer, coder, freelancer, and all other thing. Inside the main tag, all sections are there. So what I'll do, and remove these sections which is not required as a base template. I'm going to remove this part from the base.html and select all the sections one by one, and you can remove it. This part is also content, that is also. So once I remove all the sections, I'm going to add content block, that is content, let's say body. Footer is required, these links are required. This is just a simple design of base.html which is common for all other pages. So we need to verify whether it has been applied properly or not. What we can do, this index.html contain all the content. So I'll just rename this file with index1.html. Once the file is get renamed, I'll add one more file having the name index.html. Inside the index.html, I'm going to just inherit the base.html. So keyword is extend, and then we are going to set the path. So my app, and inside that base.html, common content for all pages. Index.html consists of inheritance of this base.html. I will verify this by executing the command python manage.py run server. Once we get the URL, we'll copy this URL, paste into the browser. You can find rest of the content has been removed. So this only part is a map, but this also not the common part for all other pages like about us, services, work. This part is not required. So we need to remove this part from base.html. So we'll go back again into the coding, and the part which is not required from the base, we'll go into the base.html, and this header part is must. For that, this hero section is not required. So I need to remove this hero section so that I am able to see the content. I'll remove this. Now I'll again go to the browser, re-execute the page. You can find header and this is footer. Now it is merged because we need to add a content in it. This is the common framework for all pages. Now I want to design this index.html. So here I add the boilerplate, the HTML, and first of all I modify this title with the block content. Right, block title. Here I want to write, this is my index document, and work in this block. Inside the body, I am going to add the body content. So block body and end the block. Inside that block, we need to add that heroes. We'll go back to the index.html and just pick the hero section. Header is already in there. Common template. Here is the hero section. Just copy this hero section and keep inside that block. Now just refresh the page again into the browser. Now you can find this index page which will display the name and the titles. So I need to modify this name and the titles. That will do right now. Open that index.html, go inside that hero section, and here you can write your name. Say here I write my name, Patil, and data type items here I can modify. Here I can write coder, developer, freelancer, and here I write tester. So on, you can add as per your requirement. So this will be affect into the output. So go into the browser, just refresh the page once. You can find name is get changed, designations have been changed. So this is all about the index page. Once the index page is added, then we need to add all other pages like about, services, work, and content. So go back to the coding and add the page. First of all, I need to add the about page. For the template, you can add new file, that is about.html. First of all, we have to extend the base.html. Extends for the my app now base.html. As it is get added, take some default HTML tags. One by one, you can add them. So first of all, we need to add the block title. The block. Set that we can write the about the page title. And inside the body part, we can add about us content. So, and just take the block about block body. So from the index.html, index1.html, we are going to take now from this ID mail, we are going to only use about the section. We'll copy this about section, will be placed into the about.html. But is simple. Once it has been added, now we need to write views and the URL for this page. So go to the application, my app, open the views.py and add the new function. Here I am going to add the already index function is there, so I am going to add the out function having parameter is request, and we are going to return enter first parameter is request. We are going to add the path my app about.html. This view is being added into application. Now open the URL pattern and add the new URL pattern. I'm going to copy this URL pattern, just modify with my new function. About is new function. Then I want to change this as about and add the path here. Let's say about. Now this is get successfully modified about along with the content. So about.html just need to again verify the all links of this about.html and go and you can find this asset image testimonial 2.jpg. We need to load a static for this page. Add the load static. You know that what is the purpose of this load static. We are going to modify this static so that that image will display properly. But paste for the asset image. Fine. After that, and profile. Okay. Full stack developer. Keep all the information as it is. Skills. Dates are there. You can change the percentage so that it will reflect it. Okay. Rest of the part is text. You can modify it now. These are the sort of modification is required into about.html. Now everything has been set. We write the content into the HTML page. We write the views function that is being added into the URL pattern. Go back to the browser. Click on the about page. Okay, we are not set the link, so go back to the coding again. Set the link for about.html. So go into the base.html. These are the links already been set. So here we need to modify. How you can modify? And write URL and write about. So to hit the about URL. Now again go back to the browser. Now we just refresh this page. Click on the about. You can find all the details has been displayed as per our modification. The rest of the part is not been displayed. So this about us page is also complete. Now we need to click on the services so that the various services that we offer are been. Once I click on the about, fine. Okay. I will add the next page services to go under the template and add the page. Right. So of services I can say it's a skill.html. Then we'll do the same process that we did for section about. Just copy the template inheritance. Paste into. This is common tag for the. Here I am going to the block for that page. Add the for block. Set the block. Going to copy the content text one.html. So services section we are going to copy. Take the content. Any link is there that we need to move. There is no any image or any link is there that we need to be take this page. After that, we need to write a business logic for this skill. So again, go back to the view.py file under the application and write skill function. So we return that particular page. Add my app skill.html. Similarly, we need to update the urls.py. So I'm going to add one more path for the URL patterns in the application, and that is about the skill. Function is yet also changed here. That is a skill. I'll keep skill. It's simple. Same name for everywhere. And now we'll modify the link under the base.html. Go to the base.html. Now, instead of this services, I want to display that is a skill. URL pattern we need to write here. That is a skill. Then modification is required. Once all changes are modified, go back to the browser. Again, refresh the page. Then click on the skill section. Now the services has been replaced with the skill. Click on the skill. You can find the skills has been displayed. Web design, web development. These skills you can modify as per your requirement. Now we are going to design a next page, that is work details. Again, we can create a new file. Having name is work.html. Inside that, first of all, we have to extend page.html. Now say my app name is page.html. But this get integrated. So that we can just add some content here, and I just rename this page as a work demo. Inside the body, now we are going to create one more block, that is body block. Similar way that we created for skill set, here we can end our content and say end block. Inside that, we are going to add the work details. Again, go back to the index1.html where all the sections are there. Out of that, now we want a counter section which contain the work details. So I just copied this content and I'm going to add it in my page, that is work.html. So inside this body tag, I'm going to add the detail. If you want to change the details, you can change it and keep these things as it is. So once I make this modification, we need to add the URLs and the views. So goes to the views.py file under the application, add one more function, definition of function, and here I am talking about work, parameter is request, and this function will return render, parameter is request, and it will return a page my app, and under that work.html. So we need to add the URL pattern for this page. We'll go back to again urls.py and add the one more URL pattern for this work. I'll copy this content and paste it here. So skill get replaced with the work. The function name is also work. If any static content in the page, that also we need to replace. So go to the work.html and add that load static. Load static. So now everything is done. HTML pages get designed. View is already been written as a work, and we are at the URL pattern for the work. Now we have to modify this link in the base.html. So go to the base.html and modify the header part, that is work URL. Then copy this skill URL and going to replace with the work so that it will affect in all the pages. So I am going to just replace with the work. Hope you understand this much part. Now we'll execute this page again in the browser. So once I click on the work, you can find the work details has been displayed, like number of work completed, year of experience, total client, award won. You can modify these things into the counter section if you want. Now the last page is remain, that is a contact. I will go back to the coding part. I will add one more page under the template, and the name of the page is contact.html. Again, we are going to add the page.html, which will extend the features of base into contact.html. I'm going to add these two lines, and then we are going to create some simple code here. Under that, I am going to write the title of this page is contact, and inside the body tag, I'm going to add one block body, to end the block. Inside the block, we need to add some content. So go back to our index1.html, which contains the section contact. Copy the section, and we can use that section under our contact.html. So I'm going to paste this contact.html here. If you want, you can modify the detail as per your requirement and keep this data as it is, that is a static data. Now I'm going to link this page in my project. So go to the views.py and write one more function. Name of the function is contact, having parameter is a request, and the function will return the particular page. So return render the parameter and the page. That page is under the my app application, having name is contact.html. So views is completed. Now we need to write the URL pattern for this page. Now go to the urls.py, copy this URL pattern and add one more URL pattern in the page, that is contact. I'm going to write the contact. Function is get replaced with the contact, name to the page contact. All modifications are done. Now we need to link this page in the base.html. So go to the base.html, go to the header part. Now this content link is get replaced so that it is going to be linked for all the pages. Contact. Now all the modifications has been done. Now we can go back to the browser and verify the output. If I just refresh this page and click on the contact, you can find the details are there. In this way, we can design our portfolio site which contain all the details. This project is for educational purpose. If you want, you can design your own template or use another template for your project. Hope you understand each and every step in the project. Still, if you have any doubt, write it in the comment section. I'll be more happy to give the solution of your doubts. Thanks for watching this.
Hello, welcome back to Django tutorial. Now I will add a business logic in the CRUD operation. So let us start the discussion through the coding. So I will start with the list view. First, I will display all the content from the database. So two files will have to modify, views.py and urls.py. So first of all, I open the views.py. Inside that, we have this function based view. So first of all, I'll comment this code and I'll modify here instead of function based view. Now we are going to write all the class based view. For that purpose, we will add first some packages. So from .models, we are going to import the
coder model. Then from django.views.generic import one by one will import the required packages. Like first I want list view. So list view I import. Then I'll create a class which will display all the content from the database. I'll take a name class add view and the parameter is list view. I want to list out all the content. Inside the class, I'm going to assign the model to the variable model. So coder model is been assigned to this model variable. After that, we are going to point into a specific template. So template name, already we have created a template folder. Inside that application folder is coder, and under that we have this index.html. So this data I want to display on the index.html. So what are the content inside this model that we need to preserve into one of the object? So we can say context object name, and here we are going to mention the object name. So here I am write index object. So this is all about the views that you want to update for a list view. Then we'll modify views.py. Inside the views.py file, we write here the function based view. So that will replace with the class based view. So add view dot as a view. Rest of the part will keep as it is. So these is the modification are required in the URL and views.py. Now we go inside the index.html and we'll check these are the static content already on the page. So it will not reflect any changes if we execute this page. So first of all, we'll have to modify a certain part of this index.html. So here we have to display all the content one after another. So there may be one record, there may be 10 records are there. So we have to iterate. So we have to modify the body part. The static part will remove and will be replaced with the actual part. So I'll remove this part, and what I'll do, remove this complete part inside the body, and I'll update the few things. So first of all, I'll take one tr, and inside that I'll take a td. Inside the body tag, we are going to use a for loop to iterate all the records. So here I'm going to raise for the in object list. What are the content of that model we are going to display? So first of all, I'm going to display the serial number. So we are going to use a for loop dot counter to display the records one after another. Then we want to display the name of the developer. So here I'm going to take the attribute c.name. Then I'm going to take one more td to display the designation. So c.designation. Similarly, we are going to display the email. I'll take one more td, and here I'm going to write c.email. These are the name of attributes under the model. So we'll take the last attribute, that is the year of experience. So c.year of experience. So one after another, that data is get displayed. Along with that, what we want to display the update and delete button here. So I'm going to write td, I'm just skipping the text. Afterwards I'll modify, and then I'm going to write delete. So this is the part of tr, one after another execute. This for loop we need to end. So after this tr, I'm going to end the for loop. So here I'm going to write end for. So this little bit modification is required under the index.html. Now we'll go to the browser and we'll verify the output. So just I'm going to refresh the page. Now we'll get this empty titles only. So what we can do, we will add the record manually. So we'll open the admin part, and then we'll add a coder details. So just I'll add the one by one the coder details. Let's say Gokul, designation is lead, email is gokul@gmail, and year of experience is 5. And add this record. Once the record has been saved, then we'll verify whether that record is there. So once the record is get added, name is Swara, lead, Gokul at Gmail, and this particular information is there. So now I'm going to refresh this page. You can find name of coder, designation, email and experience, but it is not displayed in the proper way. We will display this information properly now. Inside the index.html, first of all, we need to add the serial number. So here I'm going to add the serial number. Along with that, we'll do some formatting. Like here I add a class table along with the paper is checked. I'll save this content. I'll execute again in the browser. And just refresh this page. You can find the data is organized properly. Serial number, name of coder, designation, email, experience. These two labels are there. That will replace with the buttons. So I'll add one more record. Instead of Sora, let's say I'll add coder details. And here I'm going to add, let's say Rupali designation is, let's say tester. Email is Rupali under Gmail. Year of experience is, let's say 7. And I'm going to save this record. Once this record is get added, now we'll again refresh our page to check the data is added. So you can find the record is get successfully added and also display in the list of coder. If I want this title in the center of the page, then I'll make the modification. I'll again go back to the coding and just make that header part into the center. So what I'll do, I'll add a class in the h1. So I add a class and I want the text on the center. And also I'm going to save this some margin from the y-axis. Again, I'll go to the browser and I refresh the page. You can find now the data is displayed properly. So now we'll replace this text into the button, and this update and delete text we need to replace with the buttons. So I'll add the reference link here. So I'm going to add a tag href. Here I'll add a link afterwards. Then I'm going to set a certain class. So class, I'm looking for a button. Here I'm going to add the one more class btn tangent. I want that button as a small, so I'm going to write mdsm. That's it. So then I write delete. Okay, this is the end of a tag. Similarly, I want to write the update. So here I'm going to write the td. Again, I'll add a href. This link I'll add afterwards. And also I'm going to add the class btn. I'm going to add btn success. And also mdsm. So this is the end of my a tag. And the title I want to display is update. Again, I'll go to the browser and verify. I just refresh this page and you can find update, delete buttons are there. And now we'll write a certain code to update and delete the record over here. So hope you understand that how we are going to display the content from the model to the web page. Now moving ahead to the next part, instead of adding the records manually, now we'll add a record from the web page and will be stored into the database. So for that purpose, we need to modify, add coder details from the user. So first I'll create forms.py under the application. We can create a new file and give the name forms.py. That will display the content of form onto the HTML page. So first of all, we need to import the form package from Django. So from Django import forms. Along with that, we need to import the model because we want to display the content of model on the form. So form models, import the coder model. After that, we'll write a class and we need to design the coder form. Parameter to the coder form is forms dot model form. Inside that, we can take a class meta and we are going to assign this coder model to the variable model. So coder model is being assigned to this model variable. I'm looking all the fields of my database. Fields is equal to, here I'm going to write underscore all underscore. If I'm looking at specific field, then I need to put it into the list format. After that, I'll add a widget in the form of dictionary. So first parameter is name and the input for that is forms dot text input. I'll take the attribute equal to class and I'm going to set a specific class that is form control. Similarly, I'm going to add the other attributes. Like second attribute is designation. And for the designation, I'm going to use the text input. Also, I'm going to add the attribute that is a class. The similar thing that we did in the first attribute, that is the form control. So this way, second attribute is get added. Similarly, we'll add the third attribute that is email. And for that email, we are going to take the forms.email input. Also, we are going to add the attribute as a class we are going to mention. That is a form control. And the last attribute is year of experience. So that will add year of experience. Forms dot text input. And the attribute is class, and the similar way we can write the form control. So this is the specific form that we design to display the data of name, designation, email, year of experience on the HTML page. Once it is complete, now we'll write the business logic. So we'll go into the views.py. Inside the views.py, we need to add one more package that is create view. After this add view, I'm going to write a class create view, create my view, and parameter is create view. Inside that, we can write the model. A model is equal to coder model. That model we have to use for this create my view. Then we need to mention the template name. Template name is under the template folder having coder application. And here I am going to use the add.html. After that, we are going to specify the fields. Here, if I am looking at a specific field, then we need to mention in terms of list. Otherwise, we can write __ all __. After the field, we need to mention the success URL. Once the user posts the data, it will redirect into the specific page. So for that purpose, we need to mention the success URL. Success URL is equal to. So we need to import one package for that. We import the success URL. So we are going to use a from django.urls import reverse lazy. And then we can write in front of success URL is equal to reverse lazy, and we have to mention the application coder colon the URL that we want to redirect, that is the index. So this is my success URL after creation of the particular coder details. So this part is complete. Now the next part is to modify the urls.py. So we need to update the URL pattern. So I'll add one more URL pattern here. That pattern is now become, let's say I want to add the coder details. So add the coder details, and this function is get replaced with the class-based view. So here we write create my view as view, and name is equal to, I'm going to add the record. So these two URL we are added under the url.py. We'll save this content and just go to the browser, and I'll refresh the page. And after that, I'm going to write the add. Now we'll add the URL add, and just will refresh. We'll get this is a form content. This form content we have to replace with some line of code. So I'll go back to the coding again, and we'll modify this add.html. So inside the add.html, we are going to modify first form, action is empty, and method is equal to post. Inside the form, first we'll add the CSRF token, and then we'll write the form dot add underscore p. After the completion of form display, we have to take one input. Input type is equal to submit. Their value is add, and we are going to add one class, that is btn success, and then we'll end the input. So this is the modification required under the add.html. So go back to the browser and just add the URL add. Now you can find name, designation, email reference, and add button is there. Once I click on the add, it will redirect to the index.html. So now I'm going to add the some details. So here I'm going to write, let's say Rahul, designation is software engineer, email is rahul@gmail, and year of experience is 12 years. Just click on the add button, and you can find that data is get added into my database. In this way, you can add coder details through the form. So hope you understand that how to add the coder details. Afterwards, we'll update this link so that it automatically redirect to the specific page. Now next part is to delete the record from this page. So once I click on the delete button, the record is get deleted. So now we'll see this through the coding. So to delete the content, we'll go back to the business logic, and we are going to add one view here first. So here I'm going to import the delete view. Delete here. And I'm going to add one class. After this, create my view. So I'm going to write a class. And now I want to delete a record. So I'm going to write delete function. So here I write a class delete, having parameter is delete view, and inside that class I'm going to first import the model. So model is equal to coder model. Inside the coder model, after that, to delete a record, we require the primary key of my models. So for this model name, designation, email, and year of experience, one of the attribute is created, that is a primary key, and that is a ID. So that by default ID is get created as a primary key. So that attribute we need to use in the views.py. So after this model, I'm going to write URL keyword argument is equal to primary key of that relation. Then we need to redirect to the success URL. Success URL is equal to reverse lazy, and inside the coder application, we will redirect to the index page. And also we are going to mention the template name. The template name, I'm going to use a specific template name that will confirm whether we want to delete a record or not. So here I am going to write confirm underscore delete.html. This particular page will create and will be add code for that. So this is the business logic for the delete functionality. Now we need to update the URL first, and then we'll add the HTML page. So go to the urls.py, and we need to add one more URL. I'm going to just copy this and paste here, and we'll modify the things. So now instead of this add, I'm going to delete the record. So I delete the record, we require a specific value, 1, 2, 3, whatever the particular record that I want to delete. So primary key I'm going to consider here to delete the record. So that has been added. After that, we need to change the name of class. So here I'm going to write the delete as a class, and name of my URL also we are going to change, that is delete. Now we'll add that page under the coder application. So create a new file, and name of the file is confirm_delete. I'm going to create a file confirm_delete.html, and we'll design that file. First of all, we need to extend the base.template. Extends under the coder, we have base.html. Then we are going to add the block content, and then here I'm going to write end block content. Inside that, we are going to add the things that we want to modify. Inside that, I'm going to use the div.container. Inside the container, I'm going to use the form. Method is post. Inside that, I'm going to use a CSRF token. Then I'm going to write the message. You want to delete the record. To delete the record, and you can specify the name. Let's say here I am write the object. That object data will be displayed. If I click on the confirm, then that record is get deleted. So I'll take one input. Let's say type is submit. Value is confirm. Confirm, I want to delete the record. So this is all I want to confirm delete. So now we'll go back to the browser and just I refresh this page, and I want to delete this first record. So I just click on the delete, nothing is get changed because we are not modify this URL. So go back to the coding again. Now we'll modify the index.html. So this delete link is not been updated. So here I'm going to add the link for that. And the link is, let's say, I'm looking for a delete, and all the content are stored in c.id. So that particular object is get deleted once we add this URL. So save the content and go to the browser. Just refresh the page once, and you can just scroll the URL. You can find at the bottom there is a specific ID is mentioned for Rahul. So I'm going to click on the delete, and it will go for the confirm delete page. You want to delete the record, Rahul? Yes, I want to delete it. Once I click on the confirm, the record is get deleted. So likewise, you can add and delete the record on the database. Now next is to update or edit the content. So for that purpose, we write a business logic. So go to the view.py, and first of all import the package. Now already create list and delete view is added. Now last one is update view. So update view package is imported. Go to the class base view, add the one more class after this delete view. So I'm going to write the class. Name of the class is edit view, and then parameter is update view. Inside the class, we are going to use a model is equal to coder model. Then we are going to write the template name. Template name is equal to Under the code application, we have edit.html. Which field I want to modify? So here I mention all the fields that I'm looking. So all the fields I want to change or edit. And again, we mention the primary key because we are updating the record. So just on the attribute is on the primary key. Success URL also we need to mention. So success URL is equal to reverse lazy, and here I want to mention the name of application : index. So it will redirect to the index page. Once it is get updated with the view.py, go to the url.py and add one more URL pattern here. So I just copied this delete part and add the one more URL pattern. Delete and update is quite similar. So instead of delete, here I write update. Function is edit view. Name of my URL is update. So this is the modification is required for the update. Now URL and views are get updated. Now we'll open the edit.html. Already some part is been designed. So only the edit part is been remain that we need to modify over here. So now we'll modify this content. This is the form content. I'll copy the content from add.html. Open the add.html, copy this content and paste into the edit.html. So this content is get removed, and whatever the content that I use in the add.html will be copied. So instead of add, here I'm going to write update. That's it. Rest of the things are as it is. Once you modify the things, just update the URL in the index part. So go to the index.html and now update the URL. So you can update the URL, update the record c.id. So the specific record will get update once the user click on that update link. All the modifications are done. Now we'll go back to the browser and just refresh this page. You can find the two details are there. So now I want to update these details. Just click on the update. You can find the details are there. Name, designation, all these things. I'll just modify the year of experience. Instead of 7, here I write 9. And just click on the update. You can find the information is get updated. So likewise, we can modify any information like name, designation, email, and experience. So hope you understand that how to add, delete, update, or create a record to the Django. Now the last part is that we need to modify these links, add a coder. If I click on this link, the add a coder page should be displayed. So now, right now, there is no any URL over here. So we need to modify that URL. So go back to the coding again, and we are going to modify our base.html. So under the base.html, we are going to modify add and index over here. So go back to the browser and just refresh this page. Click on the add coder. It goes to the add coder details. If I click on the home, it will display my home page. So this is all about the CRUD operation in Django. If you have any doubt, you can write it in the comment section. So I'll be more happy to give the explanation of your doubt. Thanks for watching this video.